consensus of the board as to the content of the board meeting, and this has always been in the practice. This is also what Baklanda Senior Counsel found in paragraphs 148 to 153 of his report. I note that Ms. Matjila was of the view in her testimony before this commission that, in her opinion, one of the effects of this editing of minutes down to the resolutions taken was that criticism by the board of the CEO's involvement in securing funding for Ms. Prettilow's company was effectively excised from the record, thereby sanitizing the minutes. Her opinion clearly shows her lack of understanding of the review and refinement process of draft board minutes. The mere fact that certain information contained in the draft was reviewed and ultimately not included in the approved and signed minutes does not mean that such information has been ignored or swept under the carpet or that minute has been sanitized. It is incontrovertible that the allegation concerning MST and Prettilow were investigated by the board, which required both the CFO and I to respond to and we deal with those allegations, which we did in a comprehensive fashion. Ms. Matjila is among the employees that are appointed into my new executive team from 2015. I appointed her as a company secretary. I was very excited to appoint a very qualified and experienced female company secretary into the PIC, even though I was concerned about her links to South African Express Airways and the fact that she has been there for a short period. In fact, her CV shows that she has changed jobs frequently in her career. I decided to take a chance. I was concerned when the then chairman of the PIC, Mr. Mcebisi Jonas, told me that Ms. Matjila is trying to arrange private meetings with him without my knowledge, and he refused. This is her modus operandi, as she was able to do the same with Dr. Mkwanazi and Mr. Sfiso Butelezi. She worked very closely with them. Meetings were held without my knowledge. The confidential information concerning the discussions of the board meeting of the 29th March 2017 about the Minister of Finance, Mr. Pravin Gordhan's requested amendment to the MOI were leaked to the media without the requisite authority and also not within the confines of the Protected Disclosure Act. In the disciplinary hearing of Ms. V. Menye and Mr. S. Maisela, their attorneys, Mabuza attorneys, presented as evidence in defense of their disciplinary, of the two sets of PIC board minutes relating to the special board meeting of the 15th of September 2017. Let me repeat that, Commissioner. I don't think I was clear there. In the disciplinary hearing of Mr. V. Meje and Mr. S. Maisela, their attorneys, Mabuza attorneys, presented as evidence in defense of their disciplinary two sets of PIC board minutes relating to the special board meeting of the 15th of September. A draft, unsigned copy, and board-approved minutes signed by the chairman, Mr. Sfiso Butelezi. I was concerned as to how the board's confidential information find its way into a disciplinary hearing without specific request from the attorneys concerned to HR for this documentation. The disclosure of this set of minutes to Ms. Menye, Maisela, and their legal representative, Mr. Mabuza, was done without the requisite authority and also not within the confines of the Protected Disclosure Act. From there, the two sets of minutes were disclosed to further third parties as they found their way as annexures to Mr. Holomesa's application to court for my suspension. I called the company secretary to explain how PIC board minutes found themselves in a disciplinary hearing and a court application. She told me that she has no knowledge how these documents were accessed by external parties. I instructed the executive head of HR to investigate. Ms. Matjila was placed on precautionary suspension. Immediately, her laptop was taken by forensic investigators for imaging. A few days later, South African Police Services arrived at the PIC with a search and seizure warrant to confiscate Ms. Matjila's laptop. Fortunately, our investigator had already copied the data. It was taken away for weeks. Subsequent forensic investigations by Sizwe Nzaluba Gobodo Forensics revealed that both sets of minutes had been downloaded from the company secretary's laptop to a memory stick and was thereafter copied onto Mr. Maisela's laptop. This was dealt with extensively in her disciplinary findings, Annexure DD 46, and by Mr. Chris Polwani before this commission. The only logical inference is that this was done by the company secretary, Ms. Matjila, and contrary to the internal policies of the PIC, since neither Ms. Maisela nor Menye were ordinarily entitled to be in possession of board documentation, and conversely, Matjila was not authorized to provide non-board members with board documentation without specific authority to do so. These disclosures impacted negatively on the integrity of the PIC, as they were then subject of numerous media reports portraying the PIC in a bad light. As a result of a disciplinary inquiry conducted by an independent chairperson, Ms. Matjila was charged with and found guilty of distributing and/or copying confidential PIC information, which it was found she had disclosed such to third parties without the requisite authority and not in accordance with the Protected Disclosures Act. The appropriate sanction recommended by the independent chairperson was her dismissal. However, despite the finding as to her guilt and the dismissal recommendation, she was instead reinstated back into her position as company secretary. These events occurred after I had left the PIC, and I'm giving to understand that the chairman, Mr. Mondli Gungubelo, who, it will be recalled, had previously pressured me to suspend or postpone her disciplinary inquiry, used his casting vote to secure her reinstatement. How her reinstatement could possibly be justified is beyond me. Furthermore, as a result of a disciplinary inquiry conducted by an independent chairperson, Advocate N.A. Kasim Senior Counsel, Mr. Maisela was also charged with and found guilty of distributing and/or copying confidential PIC information, which it was found he had disclosed to third parties without the requisite authority and not in accordance with the Protected Disclosures Act. The appropriate sanction recommended by the independent chairperson was his dismissal, and he was indeed dismissed in accordance with that recommendation. Ms. V. Menye, she joined the PIC in November 2016 from the Road Accident Fund, replacing Mr. Luyanda Ntuane. I was very excited by this appointment, although again I had some reservations with the performance of Road Accident Fund itself. Nonetheless, I was excited to appoint a female to lead the IT department. I was surprised when she stated in her qualifications to the commission that she was still studying for an MBA, as she gave me an impression in the interview with her at the PIC that she was very close to completing the degree. I soon realized shortly into her job that Ms. Menye is not so reliable. Just shortly after the PIC moved offices from Riverwalk to Mainland Main, I learned from the CFO that there was an IT crisis that affected PIC servers. This crisis resulted in the PIC server environment being rebuilt without the involvement of either risk or internal audit. When I eventually confronted Ms. Menye, she told me that there was a power surge and the PIC uninterrupted power supply system failed to kick in and thus destroying all servers. On about 6 July 2017, Ms. Menye and some of her team spent the whole night rebuilding the servers without any supervision and without the knowledge of the executive. No one knows what was done to the servers and how they were configured. Shortly thereafter, the second James Nugu email arrived on the 5th of September 2017, attaching a confidential PIC memorandum dealing with MST application for funding, which had served before Portfolio Management Committee. This confidential memorandum would have been stored on the PIC server and could only have been accessed by a PIC employee. Plainly, it was disclosed to a third party, James Nugu, without the requisite authority to do so and not in accordance with the Protected Disclosures Act. On 13 September, there was another James Nugu style email, this time from Leitlo, which contains certain confidential information about salary adjustment for the PIC ExCo members. Once again, this confidential information would have been stored on the PIC server as part of the Human Resources and Remuneration Committee's documentation, as well as part of the board documentation. The board having approved the adjustments which were recorded in a board minute and could only have been accessed by a PIC employee. Plainly, it was also disclosed to a third party, Leitlo, without the requisite authority and not in accordance with the Protected Disclosures Act. I had scheduled a meeting with BCX at the office of the PIC on the 18th of September 2017 in order to brief them on the scope of work to be performed by them. On the 18th of September, Ian Russell, the CEO of BCX, confirmed the meeting by means of an email addressed to me on behalf of the PIC. A copy of this email is attached and marked DD 75. Furthermore, on the 19th of September, I had briefed the PIC ExCo on my intention to use an IT company to protect PIC confidential information and to find the source of leaks of such information to third parties. Lastly, on 20th September, another email from James Nugu was received, this time containing a reference to my, I quote, discussions with CEO of a well-known IT company, which I assume is BCX, in order to hack into laptops, iPads, and cell phone of various PIC employees. Of course, my intention regarding the employment of BCX has been deliberately misrepresented by James Nugu. But the content of the email arose from my attempts, which I have detailed above, to protect PIC confidential information and discover the source of leaks of such information. Of course, the fact of my meeting with, amongst others, the CEO of BCX and their intended mandate was information confidential to the PIC and which was stored on the PIC server. In the case of Russell's email dated 18 September to me, and which was within the knowledge of ExCo members, insofar as my briefing to them was concerned. Plainly, a PIC employee accessed the 18th of September 2017 email from Russell to me and disclosed it to a third party, James Nugu, and or one of the ExCo members disclosed his or her knowledge of the briefing to this third party. Both actions without the requisite authority and not in accordance with the Protected Disclosures Act. Since no one at the PIC has ever claimed to have accessed or disclosed the confidential information referred to above with the requisite authority, it can safely be assumed that the access and disclosure of this confidential information was contrary to internal PIC policies. I don't believe Ms. Menye understands the role of the key individual in terms of FIRES Act. by giving super admin rights to a junior staff member such as Mr. S. Matjila, she exposed the PIC to serious risk. Mr. Matjila has admitted in his statement to this commission that he used the keys to heaven to spy on me and pass confidential information to South African police services, which is a clear contravention of FICE Act. At the very best, she was obliged to tell me, or even if not me, her direct line manager, the CFO, of his bestowal with the keys to heaven. According to his statement to this commission, according to his own testimony before the commission, Mr. Matjila admitted to disclosing confidential information to third parties without the requisite authority and not in accordance with the Protected Disclosures Act. Much of the confidential information provided by him also ended up in the hands of the media. For example, Lancaster and IO documentation. The above all goes to show that plainly the PIC did not have adequate measures in place to ensure that confidential information was not so disclosed. When I demanded to know who else was given keys to heaven and the passwords of key applications within the PIC, I was exercising my authority to secure the PIC environment as expected of a key individual. I never said to her I own the PIC. This is a statement she made to cause sensation calculated to discredit me and damage my reputation. I treat all my colleagues with respect, even when I'm extremely angry.
Dr. Matjila, if I can just pause there. But I don't have any further questions, Commissioners, on this section of the evidence.
Mr. Lebe.
Mr. Commissioner, I have a couple of questions. Dr. Matjila, in your statement you referred to, in paragraph 580, on or about 6 July 2017, Ms. Menye and some of her team spent the whole night rebuilding the service without any supervision and without the knowledge of the executives. No one knows what was done to the service and how they were configured. Would you agree it's a clear implication of Mrs. Menye being engaged with some unauthorized type of behavior?
Yes, I would definitely agree with that, Commissioner.
Now, Mrs. Menye sent me, she's very upset about this testimony of yours, and she sent me proof that on the 6th of November, on the 6th of, sorry, that, first of all, on the 6th of June 2017, she was with you attending international investment course at Fordham with Dion, Bota, Buyani, Haku, Lufuno, Fidelis and Mongani. Is that correct?
Yes.
She has also provided me...
Apologies, Commissioner. What is the date again?
June, not July, June.
June, yes. Probably, yeah.
And then she has also provided me with emails. I can just find it. On the 7th of July, she has sent emails to all users at PIC. Kindly take note that the following IT applications are inactive due to the power-related interruption last week. She notified everybody.
Advocate Lebe, we're finding it difficult to hear you or to make out what you're saying, so please pull your mic closer.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. What I have in front of me, and I can make it available to you, is emails from the Information Technology Services dated 6 July. There were 3 on the 6th of July, 1 on the 10th of July from IT advising all users about the power failure. And she has also provided me with a detailed report from the consultants who were involved in assisting with the repair of the service. Can you deny that?
Commissioner, all of those were done afterwards, after I raised this matter. I think what we are saying here is that the whole rebuilding of the server was not supervised. You can check with risk, you can check with internal audit. They were not part of the process of rebuilding. The other reports we actually had to force her to commission so we can understand what happened. Was it really a power surge or what is it? But what we don't know is what's the nature of the work that was done on the server or in rebuilding this server environment of the PIC.
But you don't deny that she provided reports of the independent service provider who assisted?
That's not in relation to the server. This is in relation to the power surge, because that's what they were saying. There was a power surge. That was done, Commissioners.
Okay. The second issue
Sorry,
is...
Advocate Lubbe, before you move on from that, I'm just a little unclear. The communication from Ms. Menye to a range of people was while they were attending to the matter of the power surge.
Correct, correct. It's the same date, the 6th of July.
Therefore, if there was a concern about others being involved, as the CEO or risk say, hang on, while you're looking at that, let us get involved. If you are, if that's the standard procedure, then the question for me would be, what steps were taken either by yourself or risk or audit to say, while you're looking at this matter, you're hot on it at the moment, we're bringing our teams to also see what was happening. Was there any response to the fact that she had informed a range of people at the time, we're working on this, there's a power surge, this is what's happening, it's up, it's down, it's not happening, whatever the case may be, according with those emails? Because to do it subsequent is one thing, to say, okay, this has happened in keeping with practice, internal audit, risk, please go there right now and ensure that we see what's going on here. Were any steps taken, or was it only subsequent that you said, give us the reports?
Yes, it was after. I was not aware that in the process of rebuilding the server, risk and internal audit were not invited.
Why would they have to be invited? It's their job. The question is, this has happened, she's notified you. If I see this is happening, I'm internal audit, I know I need to go there and see it. It may well be that you need to invite, but it also may well be that I'm exercising my role and responsibility, and especially if there's been concerns about the service, that risk, internal audit, yourselves, whoever else in those, your executive heads, to say, hang on a second, this is unusual, it's untoward, let's go and have a look. Why would you wait for an invitation?
I'm not in a position to answer for internal audit and risk. They should
Did you ask them?
They should have been part of the process.
Sure, but did you ask them why you guys didn't go and proactively make your presence felt? You're the CEO, or the CFO, one of you, to say, hang on a second, this is practice should be that you guys are present.
Yeah, all of them say they were not invited. They didn't know what was going, they didn't know that the servers were going to be rebuilt. Nobody told them that the servers were going to be rebuilt. So they just thought this is a power surge, it can be handled in the normal course of business. But they only discovered afterwards that actually the servers were rebuilt for the entire night, we understand.
And then did they go as risk, etc., to say, take us through what you rebuilt, what was wrong? And that was the report that you then got?
Yeah, I understand they have done so.
So therefore, the question I'm raising, because the way you've presented it is there was mala fides by excluding them. If I was IT. My job is to get it up and running as quickly as possible. I'm going to see what happened. It's a power surge. It might need something else. It's all happening at the same time. And if I understand you correctly, Advocate Libber, there were a series of communication. It wasn't just, oh, this has happened. It was a series of communication noting where things were at.
Yeah, perhaps if I can assist, let me read it into the record. On Thursday, the 6th of July at 9:49, an email to all users at PIC. Colleagues, kindly note that we are currently experiencing challenges with critical business applications due to overnight power interruptions. The IT team is currently restoring the IT services. The IT department will inform you upon resolution of this case. Then, on the same day, at 18:05, dear colleagues, kindly note that we are still experiencing challenges with critical business applications due to overnight power interrupt. The IT team is currently working towards the resolution of the impacted IT services. Will inform you upon resolution of this matter. And on the next day, 10 to 12, kindly note that the critical business applications which were rendered inaccessible due to power interruptions are now accessible. The IT team will continue to monitor and ensure stabilization of the impacted business applications. Those were the 3 emails sent to all users at PIC by the IT department.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just place on record, Commissioners, we haven't seen this documentation. Dr. Matjila hasn't seen this documentation. Perhaps he would be in a better position to answer these questions if he had seen this documentation.
It is available. I'll make it available to Dr. Matjila, Mr. Commissioner.
I suppose Mr. Roelofse would prefer them to be before Dr. Matjila as he's asked the questions.
Yes, no, I accept it and I apologize for that. I only received it this morning in preparation of this evidence of Dr. Matjila. But we can perhaps deal with it later then. The other issue...
But I think to make it clear that in informing staff in this manner, it's normal. If systems go down, they will send out emails to say, we are experiencing this and that, you know. But the issue of rebuilding server is different. That's significant. And it has to be handled differently. Because then the whole organization comes to a standstill. There's no work, you know, done. And then risk and other executive will have to get involved in the normal, as a normal process of dealing with matters like this. The CFO has to be involved because all of them reports. He's responsible for operations, you know, to make sure that the teams are together. But she was not informed either that servers are going to be rebuilt. We have such a big crisis that servers are going to be rebuilt from scratch, you know, so that she's able to put together a supervisory team to ensure that whatever is done is documented properly. That's what I thought I should put on record.
Thank you, Dr. Matjila. When this was discovered, that this was done without involving risk, did you take any steps against Mrs. Menye?
No, we didn't take any steps, but we asked for proper explanation as to what changes have been made on the server.
And that was supplied?
That was not supplied.
That was not
I still don't know up to this moment what was done on the servers.
Okay.
Sorry, just before we move off on that, because again, Dr. Matjila, it's a question that says, are you passive or active in the role? If we see something like that, and the CFO knows that that is something that she should be aware of and is not aware, what steps are taken? Did the CFO, did risk, did audit go along and say, let us go through this with you? It's not just asking for the report. There's an active role that says, let us go through this with you. It is of concern. Because when was this, 2017? When did this occur? July 2017. You know, in the next, that's plenty time for there to be a follow-up, especially if you say this information was not there and provided to you by the end of the time you left. Those are critical issues because you've had disciplinaries, you've had dismissals, you've had all kinds of stuff. And the question for me as CEO or CFO, what is your active role in terms of ensuring the very issues you're raising, that you were concerned that there was adjustments made to that, and while you've put on record that this was of concern, absolutely, I agree with you. But the question that I'm asking is, it's not just for noting, it's a question then what follow through? What follow through from the CFO, from risk, from audit, to say we then looked at this and we have now got, it's not whether you gave us a report, we're going to sit down with you, we've got this report on it, exactly what was done in that process, so that you clear your mind that there was no inappropriate interference, because that's the implication of your statement, is that there could have been improper interference with the system, and therefore it behoves you to take steps to see that there wasn't, even if there's no malafidis, even if there's no distrust whatsoever, there's checks and balances that are required. And yet, seemingly, your response is, we were waiting for an invitation.
We've asked those questions. Explanations were made, which were not corroborated by any report, because, as I said, risk and internal audit were not involved, were not there to see the changes and record them as they should. We could only accept what we were told. Although we had reservation, I still have reservation as to what was done there.
But that's the point I'm trying to engage you on, Dr. Matjila, is you as a CEO and the CFO, the two core execs, if you have reservations, what steps do you take to address them? Because you're not passive in that circumstance. You're exercising your responsibility to protect the organization. But what you're saying, you still have reservations. So what steps, I mean, not just for yourself at the time, but we go through it step by step. Exactly what did you change, with who? And especially given what came out around Mr. Matjila. Yeah.
I will leave that and put on record that I was concerned. I've asked questions. I didn't get the answers to my satisfaction up until today.
That's fine.
That's why I'm raising it
Okay.
in the statement.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
But I accept what the commissioner is saying. Thank you.
The second point is with regard to the evidence you testified about that was found the minutes that was part of the brief of the lawyers Mabuza appearing for Matjila and Menye at their disciplinary hearings. Just to get it clear and on record, no hearing started with Mrs. Menye. There was no evidence led in a disciplinary matter. Is that correct?
I was not part of the process. All I know is that there was a disciplinary hearing where they were involved.
Well, her evidence was that the hearing never started, and that she was told by the chairperson that the PIC don't want you and you must look at a settlement. And that's on that basis then that she entered into a settlement agreement with the PIC.
Commissioner, I don't know that detail. Chris Polwane was here. I think he must have explained what happened at that disciplinary hearing. I'm not in a position to dispute nor to agree with the evidence leader on this point in particular.
The point she's making, and she sent me text messages to clear it up, is that the minutes that you referred to were not part of any evidence in her disciplinary hearing because the hearing never started.
Commissioner, I think Chris Polwane will be in a strong position to deal with that.
Right.
Yeah.
The third and
But
last...
what I'm saying here, Commissioner, is that those minutes were found in the, with the attorneys of the two employees.
How did you get to know that?
I was told that the minutes were found in the bundle of...
By whom? told
by Mr. Polwani. Mr. Polwani.
Sorry, can I just ask in relation to that, did you not have to approve the settlement of over 7.5 million rand? Was it not brought to your attention that this was the amount of the settlement?
It was brought to my attention.
And you approved it?
Yes, we did approve it on advice that it's the best. It's been negotiated, although I had reservations, but we approved it.
Dr. Matjila, it happened now after your departure, but are you aware of the fact that the board has now taken the view that Polwani was not properly authorized by you to sign the settlement on behalf of the PIC because you didn't authorize him in writing to sign the agreement? Do you know about that?
I've heard about it. I have not seen any, nobody has communicated with me formally on this matter.
And did you also hear that the board took a resolution to reinstate Mrs. Menye?
I heard about it again. There's nothing, no communication that came my way. These are all things that I hear.
The last
from
point,
third parties.
the last point I just want to raise with you is that in 591, paragraph 591, you talk about Ms. Menye giving super admin rights to a junior staff member such as Mr. Mayesela. My instructions and information are that Mr. Mayesela was never a junior staff member, and I've requested his role description and task assignment at the PIC, and it says...
Can I deal with that quickly?
Sure.
This is not in the context of the position that you hold, but it's... Okay, Commissioner. Apologies.
The point I'm making is that he was appointed as the senior manager, information security, risk management, and IT governance. And the first KPI of his job description is, and the purpose of his role, is responsible for the development and implementation of PIC information security and IT risk management strategy in line with PIC business strategy. The point I'm just raising with you, in the IT department, he was second in charge. Is that not correct?
That's correct. But in this context, he's junior to the executive.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I have no further questions.
I really just have one additional question, is in paragraph 580, you indicate that you soon realized shortly into her job that Ms. Menye was not so reliable. What steps did you take in relation to that? Did you raise it with the CFO? Did you put on some kind of management process, sort of measures to look at what your concerns were? I mean, this is head of IT, your most critical one of your most critical functions. And if you say you realized she was not so reliable, what measures did you or you discuss with Ms. More to take?
Commissioner, it's a difficult question. I mean, the best I could do was to make sure that I scrutinize everything that she tells me.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
The best I could do from my side was to be more careful, scrutinize every response that she gives me.
Did you discuss it with Ms. More? IT was reporting to Ms. More?
I think we did discuss several times.
And did she take any steps as a reporting entity to her to give you assurance that measures were being taken? And was Ms. Menye on a probation period in which you could say we would assess it in 6 months, see what's happening?
She was on probation, but as I said, she reported to Ms. More.
But if
So-
you had concerns shortly after she started and this whole incident occurred in July, so that's roughly 6 months. So by the time July would have come, her probation would have been over. Were there any concerns expressed to her formally as required at the end of a probation period to confirm her appointment or otherwise?
I don't remember that being done.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions here. Just in terms of there was a big issue about, is the PIC board a management board versus a supervisory board, And so I just want to understand something here. Can the PIC board sort of suspend or stroke fire people and reappoint them? We had the case of, say, Fidelis Mandavo and Victor Siani, and then the other side is Ms. Matjila and Ms. Menye. So what kind of a board is the PIC board? Am I clear about that can they
Yeah,
hire and fire people, or is that the CEO's role?
the MOI, it's just that I don't know which one I will be referring to, because we seem to have a crisis of an MOI here. But the MOI is clear that the board appoints the CEO in consultation with the minister. I think that's how it's framed, And then the CEO then appoints in consultation with the board. That's my understanding of the MOI. And then further on, there is the portion of the delegation of authority that deals with disciplinary hearings as well as dismissals, of which my understanding is that most of the power for anyone below the CEO rests with the CEO and not necessarily the board. I think we can look at the delegation authority at some point just to see what it says about those. Because my belief is that the CEO has to be the one initiating any disciplinary process and finally, recommending to the board on dismissals and those kind of things. Yeah. And not the other way around.
Yes.
Because the board doesn't run the business on a day-to-day. That's the CEO and executives that take responsibility for that. So they'll be in a better position to understand issues around employees, including executives for that matter.
So are you saying then to hire the executives, the CEO must still consult the board, or even to fire them, the CEO must still consult the board? Is that what you're saying?
That's how I have operated on any matter that involve executive and senior members. I would consult with the board on such matters.
Yes, but what do you mean consult? Do you mean that the board can veto this, or the power stays with you, or it stays with the board?
In my experience, all the advice or decisions that I've taken, the board has always supported. The board has always supported on the basis of reasons and context that I give to a particular issue. In short, we've never fired somebody without process. In other words, if you look at all these cases here, there's been a disciplinary process and a recommendation from an independent chairperson that says, we recommend this, and that decision rests with the CEO if it's executives. But the CEO has to, out of courtesy, inform the board that there is this recommendation and agree with it. I think we need to terminate
All right.
employment of so-and-so.
Yeah.
That's how we have operated in this matter.
Okay.
There's never been a situation where I had to fire someone without a process.
Okay, all right, thanks. Next one is, you say that Ms. Kimatebola, yeah, she sort of had secret meetings with Mr. Buthelezi and Mr. Mr. Buthelezi and who?
Kwanazi.
And Mkwanazi,
Yeah.
Dr. Mkwanazi. I mean, wouldn't, as a company secretary, I mean, wouldn't she actually be meeting the chairperson or deputy chairperson? I mean, can't she do that?
She can do that, but I would expect the CEO to be informed of the nature of the meetings. Because at the end of the day, any agenda or whatever issues that have been raised, the CEO has to okay. You know, it can't be a discussion between the chairman and the company secretary, only without the executive in setting meetings and agenda and those kind of things. Yeah.
Okay, so are you saying that the CEO must know
Yes.
the interactions?
Yes.
All right. And then just in terms of Maisela, Mr. Maisela, I mean, he was at the PIC for 3 months before this James Nogu thing happened. According to you, I mean, what could have caused such a collision, you know, between the two parties or two factions and all that? I mean, he was there for 3 months. You know, what triggered these issues? What could have been? I mean,
I think
he was still
he was
getting
a
to
man-
know the company and the people and all that. You know?
I think he was less than a week when the first James Nogu email on the 6th started. There was a James Nogu on the 30th, if you recall, to Roy, and then the 6th, there was now this PIC CEO fund's girlfriend email, you know. So the James Nogu started very early after Mr. Maisela joined the PIC. So the 3 months that he stayed there was in the middle of this James Nogus and all
Yes.
kinds of allegations.
Yeah. But what could have triggered? I mean, when he was here, he said he was fighting corruption, fighting these issues. But I mean, he was there for a week when this thing broke down. What could have triggered this fight? You know, he was fighting.
I have no idea, Commissioner. I have no idea. I don't have answers. I can't help you with this one, unfortunately.
All right. Okay. Next one is on Victor Siani, and I wanted to check with you. Victor Siani said there was a time either he was meeting you or he heard that you said that, you know, he needs to be careful because the NPA will come after him also. Can you remember that?
I remember quite well. He came to my office saying that he's received a call from someone. I think he mistook the public protector for NPA. It was the public protector's office that called him. I think it's the office of the deputy public protector that called him. And he raised this matter with me. And I said to him, well, it's the public protector's office. Let's hear what they want. And we need to cooperate, as they have asked quite a number of questions from the PIC, you know, in the past. Yeah.
Oh,
So
I see.
it's in
So
that
it was
context.
not. It was not the.
It was not the
the
NPA.
NPA.
It was the public protector's office.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then the next one is on, you know, like when you, you know, people like Ms. Menye, Matebola, Maisela, and the others, you know, they came to the commission and say the investigations and the disciplinaries cost them a lot of money. Some got very ill. You know, it was such a trying period for them, you know. Do you have any comments about that, you know, financial loss and emotional struggles and all that.
Look, I
It
mean,
was a
it's-
traumatic, and they mentioned that the PIC, what it could do is just got the money to pay the lawyers, and just draining them.
Commissioner, if we were able to avoid this sort of things from happening, it's unhealthy. I mean, everyone suffers in this kind of process. We are now in the inquiry here, also being subjected to the same kind of, process, which is uncomfortable, very expensive in many ways, but unfortunately, if there is an issue, a big issue, it can be dealt with differently other than the process that is, that we had to go through. It's regrettable. It's not something that you want in an organization that has been quiet and very friendly, very peaceful for a long, long time until a certain cabinet reshuffle, and then it changed into something else.
All right. Just in terms of one of our terms of reference, it talks about how the PIC can protect its information, What, in your view, can be done to protect that, in the future, to do that? How can the PIC protect its information?
Yeah, I think we engaged the technical experts on that, and they had already put together a comprehensive plan on how the PIC could protect its information. By and large, what gave me comfort with the approval by the board to try and protect the PIC, from further attacks, was that the attack was actually from inside. They could prove that, PIC is fully secured from external attack. So all of this were happening internally, which was comforting, but then there had to be processes and systems configuration internally to try and circumvent this kind of things happening internally. And that plan was in place, being implemented when I left. Yeah.
Okay. Then
That will include, electronic record keeping and logging, a whole lot of measures, that were proposed.
Yes.
Encryption of systems. We went through an extensive IT security course for the entire organization. Electronic based, and everyone had to take it, or else you wouldn't even log into the system and work if you haven't passed. And so we started with a serious IT security awareness and training. By the time I left, I think the entire staff would have gone through it.
Okay.
And the support and configuration of systems through this technical advice.
All right. Final one is, and I'm not trying to attack whistleblowers or whatever, but the key question remains is that who is James Nogu? From your point of view, and you mentioned people like staff within the PIC, whatever. Did they take the info, give it to James Nogu? Who is James Nogu?
I wish I knew who James Nogu is, but I have a view of who the James Nogu could be,
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Yes,
because
please.
it's almost like there's a person that information is fed to, and then they write these stories because they have probably a nice secure platform to be able to discharge all this information to everyone, including using social media now lately. There's a one called The Observer 101, which I think is now the James Nogu in social media, who's also doing the same thing. So, looking at some of the statements that were made to this commission and contrasting that against allegations about James Nugu, I tend to feel that James Nugu's, allegations are supported by certain individuals, and packaged by James Nugu because he's got this technical expertise to do that, and then channel it to the public in the manner that they did, and then using the media to sustain the narrative, to make it look like real. This is how James Nugu has operated. So I've a strong feeling that there are a number of individuals that appeared here in this commission that have supported the strategy of James Nugu. And James Nugu providing the technical platform and the know-how to disseminate information to public. I was hoping that the investigation of the commission, one day they will say, Eureka, we found James.
Yeah, okay.
But the problem with James is that if this is how James is going to disorganize organizations, it's going to be problematic, And the commission will have to find a way of dealing with James in a way that they can earn this credibility of being a whistleblower. Because at this stage, I don't see a whistleblower necessarily somebody that's damaging people's reputation and so on. And by the time you clean, you would have done quite a bit of work and lost a lot of money to clean up. So I don't think James Nugu should be given the status of a whistleblower if that is the manner that is whistleblowing, in my view.
And what about the feeling that they say that they are fighting maladministration and corruption in the PIC and all that, James?
I accept that, but there is a way of doing it in an elegant way. There are other structures that allow a person to raise these matters without damaging, people's reputation with false information. Because if those allegations are incorrect, and every day Matjila appears as headlines on TV that I've received 2.5 million from VBS, and the whole public seem to think that that is true, it becomes problematic now to clean all of it up. Very problematic. Especially people like ourselves who are playing in the financial sector where, integrity, is integrity. You can't be appointed, you can't be given work if there is doubt about your integrity. So those are the challenges insofar as the way James Nugu is approaching his whistleblowing strategy I don't think it's the correct one. In the board, within the organization, there is a board, there is a CEO. If they don't trust the CEO, there are other channels. There is a secure whistleblowing platform. There is the board, as I said. There is treasury, the shareholder, clients. There are many ways of raising these matters without damaging people's reputation and image in the manner that James Nugu is doing.
Yeah. Just in terms of the structure, so are you saying that when people, and for now, in, in the future maybe, is that when people have got big issues with the PIC, where could they go? I mean, would they go to the board or whatever, or do you think there could be a need for the ombudsman, an ombuds person for people to give to that person for problems that they have with the PIC, whether it's clients like having problems or sponsors or partners and all that? Because the process seems not to be working pretty well.
I think it probably has to be removed from the PIC somehow then. If staff is not comfortable in raising this matter within the PIC environment, maybe, Commissioner, as you propose an ombudsman or something, somebody like that can assist in ensuring that people are quick to and they are protected, they know that they are protected when they raise these matters, the better. Because the problem here all the time is that they don't feel protected. They don't trust the whistleblowing platform at the PIC.
Yes.
Some of them said they don't even trust the board because they believe the board is
It's divided.
captured
and all
by
that.
Dan
Yeah.
Matjila and so on. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
those are some of the things that were raised. I think, I'm sure the PIC, somebody smart can come up with a solution to what's, handling of issues, whistleblowing in a much more elegant way to allow people to raise,
Yeah.
flags when they see them.
Yes, so it could work if that process is sort of removed from the PIC somehow.
It may be useful.
It could work, yeah.
Yeah. Because within the PIC, we've tried, I've tried many times, suggestion box,
Yeah.
we have a whistleblowing platform, open meetings, and every time they raise the fact that they would be victimized, they are afraid to come out,
Yeah.
And so it appears as if James becomes the best, solution for them, which is not the best at all, I must
All
say.
right, so trying to, then we need to find a way to channel James through some channels that they feel that they're secure and they can say whatever they want to say.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And also for people like Motau, who says that his 10% was taken by the PIC, for him actually to raise that issue through some channels.
Absolutely.
Because people don't know, once the PIC is powerful, if it takes your 10%, allegedly taken your 10%, where do you go?
Yeah, I think that will go a long way in dealing with most of the issues.
All right. Okay, thank you, thanks.
Chair, can I just place one fact on record lest we forget these things? Dr. Matjila, is it correct the email started on the 31st of August 2017?
That's the very first email we saw.
And is it correct that Mayasela was appointed on the 1st of September 2017?
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Can I just be reminded, Dr. Matjila, the whistleblowers platform or process, how does it work?
Commissioner, if I may, there is an electronic platform which is secure, a hotline that staff can call and raise their issues directly. And this organization, independent of the PIC, will run the process of investigation, and the complaint from the service provider will then go to internal audit and risk. Depending on the nature of the matter, then it comes to me if internal audit and risk feel that I'm not implicated. Else, if I'm implicated, then it has to go straight to to the audit committee as well as the board. That's how it gets processed within the PIC.
But is the identity of the whistleblower protected?
It's protected. It's protected, Commissioner.
When the person reports, let's say using the hotline, is there somebody on the other side who listens and asks, Who are you?
The service provider.
yes,
The service provider would collect all the information, about the issue. And then once they have collected that, then they raise it with internal audit and risk.
and if the matter were later to be referred to you, you would know who the person is?
No, I wouldn't know who the person is, but I will know the matter. And then they have to do either an internal investigation, depending on the issue, the complexity of the issue, or a service provider will have to be appointed to conduct an investigation into the matter that's been raised.
Yes, okay, thank you.
And some even go to the extent of going straight to the public protector when they don't find joy in the process internally. We've seen that happen.
And Justice Ngwepe, retired Judge Ngwepe, or Judge President Ngwepe, isn't he an ombudsman in the financial sector?
Yes, I think, I'm not sure which portfolio he deals with.
for the
I think it's tax.
Is that, yeah, I think it's the tax.
Tax
I think it's the
ombudsman.
SARS.
Yes, it's
complaints
linked
with
to SARS,
SARS.
Commissioner.
So there's no ombud in the financial sector specifically?
Not as far as I know. There is a tax, pension fund adjudicator.
Yes, that's one.
That's that one.
Short-term insurance, there's one
Ombudsman
there.
and long-term, yes.
Yes,
There
there
are-
are quite a number actually.
But
in
the asset management space, in
It
other words,
doesn't-
this is where we play.
Yeah,
It's only the FSB, I would say, or the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. There is no specialized body to deal with complaints and all that if in that manner.
Yes. If I can just go back to what is paragraph 587, that still deals with James Nogu. The question of people saying that BCX was engaged in order to hack into laptops, iPads, and cell phones, etc. Is there any truth in that? Or could they tap into people's iPhones and iPads and computers?
Not at all, Commissioner. Their brief was very limited. As I explained yesterday, we looked at areas of possible leakages of information, and they then were given super-admin rights to collect email correspondence in those areas for a limited period of time, and that was taken back, and then they were finished with their work. The scope never extended to any of these sort of things. This was just an allegation, unfounded allegation.
But why was it necessary to do that? Why was it necessary for the service provider to be given access to people's laptops? I mean, the aim, surely if I understood the position correctly, was to see how PIC information can be protected, as you say, confidential information in the last sentence of that paragraph. Why is it necessary to go into people's emails and to check their emails and so on?
It was necessary to check if there's no leakage of information in those departments.
So they were checking whether the leakage could be in a specific department and so on.
Absolutely.
But
Commissioner.
why was that necessary? I mean, surely
but-
if you want to protect the PIC's confidential information, you do that. Not checking first. I mean, to check which department is as much as saying check who it is, who is responsible for the leakage.
You need to know where the leakage is so you can plug. If I can put it bluntly, Commissioner. First, the leakage has to be established as to where it is. Then you can put measures to protect the leakage once you know where it's coming from.
Why don't you plug each and every department?
It's gonna be
without wanting to find out from which department it comes.
Commissioner, I'm not sure, but that would be quite an extensive exercise, I think, But the advice that we got from the technical experts was that we need to, identify certain areas where we need to start to find out where the leaks are.
And
then in that way, there would be a process of...
And that would require checking people's emails.
Because that's the nature of the leak. Emails, are a way of disseminating information.
Well, are people then not justified to say they was being spied on?
Commissioner?
Are people not justified in saying we were being spied on if their laptops were accessed?
Commissioner, I'm not sure. I mean, these laptops are not accessed in a secret manner. They know that they are under investigation, and we told them albeit uncomfortable. Some of them accepted that it's a process that they need to go through, which is not different from any investigation. Myself with Batlanda, I had to give them all my computer was imaged, and it's a process, unfortunately, that one has to be subjected to.
Yes, but there you were being investigated in the Batlanda matter. The investigations were in respect of you.
Absolutely.
And here, the investigation is not in respect of a particular employee.
Commissioner, the process of investigating something, a leak, in the leakage of information in this instance, which of course I'm conducting on the basis of board's approval. They gave me a mandate to go and find out where the leakages are and deal with them. And the best way of dealing with it was to identify certain areas that we believe could be suspect in terms of leakages. So that was the process. I know it's uncomfortable, and people will say that it's spying and call it all other names because, they're probably angry and unhappy. But we have to accept that it's a process that we needed to go through, although painful.
But did the investigation only concern laptops or other computers?
No, it was
not
only
their
a few
phones.
laptops that were looked at, Commissioner.
Not their phones?
No, not their phone, Commissioner. Not their phones.
I wouldn't criticize a person who says, somebody has accessed my computer, I'm being spied on.
Yeah, somebody accessed your computer and they informed you that they are going to access your computer because there's an issue that needs to be investigated here. It's uncomfortable. I've experienced it as well. It's very uncomfortable, but it had to be done. If there was a better way of doing it, we would probably have chosen the best way of doing it without causing people this kind of treatment, which I don't condone at all. It's not something that I would go for as a first prize to deal with the matter. So it's regrettable,
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner, that we had to go through this.
Mr. Rolofse, anything further?
I've got a couple. Can I just go back a little bit on that, just in relation to this question? Is it something in your employment contract that you have with your employees or the entire staff that they have, that the PIC has the right in special circumstances to look into anybody's computer and see what is happening?
Commissioner, I'll have to check that, but that's not something out of the ordinary that we're doing, in my view.
What's not something out of the ordinary?
Investigation takes many forms.
Sure, but the question
so
is in the employment contract that a person gives you the right as part of their employment that should there be any concerns or misdemeanors or investigations that because they're doing the work for the organization, that it's part of the employment contract that you have in those circumstances fully disclosed that you have the right of access into that personal, in the same way as we say if you're working, you don't do personal work on your work computer.
We never ask for their personal computers or
No, I'm not
their
asking
personal
that. I'm
phones
saying-
or their personal, I'm getting to that, or any personal information that they had. We only took PIC property, which they use on a daily basis to conduct their business. That is PIC property, and it can be taken anytime for whatever purpose the employer would want to use it for.
But that's why I'm asking whether that is made clear in the employment contract or not. That is a right of the organization.
I'll have to check the contract,
You're
but
not
I would
sure?
have thought that the contract would say that property of the PIC remain property of the PIC.
And you have access to that.
Employees are just providing a service. They must work with the understanding that they don't own anything that the PIC has provided them with to conduct their business.
No, I appreciate that. I'm raising it because if this is a board-approved investigation, as you've indicated, this matter should have come before the board as part of its approval, that this is the PIC's exercising its agreed rights, and that there's no uncertainty about any staff member that you have that right. Was that tabled at the board about the right, or was it simply given as if it was a board authority to do it?
That was a board authority.
A board
to
authority.
say, do whatever you can to deal with this matter. I think
Okay.
that was how it was captured in the minutes of the board.
Then just one other question would be, in terms of the whistleblower reports, Mr. Magula said you'd asked for all reports to be sent to you, irrespective, including the ones that involved yourself. That internal audit should provide all of those reports to you. Is that correct?
I've asked for all the reports, and the reason why I've asked for all the reports is because I was concerned that there are certain matters that are not brought to my attention. And some of the issues were raised in this commission, you know, which were not brought into my attention. And it was just to satisfy myself that all matters have been reported, or all matters that have been reported by the whistleblower are being attended to.
Thank you.
Just in terms of PIC computers and property, were people allowed to put personal stuff, you know, on the computers and all that?
There is policy that says that you can't, but it's
course
human
they've-
nature that they will put one or two things on their personal things on the computer. But policy says you
Says
mustn't.
you can't, yeah. And they'll have Gmail and all that
They
stuff.
will have
on the
Gmail,
computer.
but and there are, there is a security around Gmail actually on
Yeah.
PIC computers
Yes.
that you cannot even access it.
Yes, oh,
You
I
can
see.
access Gmail
Yeah.
from outside the PIC environment,
Okay, so all the stuff was supposed to be corporate stuff?
corporate stuff. you know.
Okay.
Of course, even if it's all corporate stuff, I mean, an employee will say, they're checking upon me if I'm doing my work, they're spying on me. Anyway, we can leave it there. If there's nothing else, we can continue with the next lot.
Mr. Commissioner, I do have one or two questions. The first is related to the appointment of personnel. I've been studying the memorandum of incorporation, with the only signed one that we have, DD 77, and in paragraph 7.1.12 thereof, it provides that the chief...
What is the date of that one? Is it the one that was signed by Minister Gordon at the time?
That's right, yes.
2017 one.
That's right. So paragraph 7.1.12 provides that the chief executive officer shall, in consultation with the board, appoint the other executives in accordance with applicable labor legislation. And paragraph 7.1.10 says that the chief executive officer shall make recommendations to the board with regard to the appointment of the executives of the company, insofar as that assists the Commission in as regards the question of whether the board can hire and fire certain individuals.
I think it's the clause above the one that you were reading that says who appoints the CIO and CFO?
I
That
don't
one
think
might-
that this one has the CIO because
Yeah,
that
one
was
won't have the
amended.
CIO. So who appoints the CFO? The board.
The, if you just give me a moment.
I think in the old one it was 7 point something point 11. I think 7 to 11 or something.
The board shall, 7.1.4, the board shall conduct the recruitment and selection process of the chief executive officer in accordance with the guidelines issued by the minister, and in addition to being employed by the company as its chief executive officer, the chief executive officer shall be an ex officio executive director of the board referred to in clause 7.1.12. And 7.1.5, below that says the chief executive officer shall be responsible for the day-to-day functions of the company and shall be obliged to comply with any instructions issued by the board and any directives issued by the minister to the board, provided that the board remains accountable for the purposes of the PFMA.
Would I be correct to say someone is recommended, the appointment of someone is recommended to the board is not obliged to accept that recommendation? How do you know it, Dr. Matjila?
Yes, I understand. Yeah, I understand it to be that way.
Yes, 7.1.12 makes it clear that the executive officer shall, in consultation with the board, appoint the other executives. Then,
Sorry, I just want to try and understand that if you appoint in consultation with the board as the chief executive officer, if you are removing somebody who is below the CEO or the CFO, the board would not then be able to act unilaterally. It should not be able to act. It should be then, if it has a recommendation, it's got to have a recommendation to the management team, the CEO, the CFO as the two executives to say, we expect you to deal with this, not to go and fire them themselves.
that's
That would be my reading of what you're saying.
Understanding.
Correct?
absolutely.
I understand it.
Thank you.
So that was the that I wish to draw to the Commissioner's attention.
Be convenient to take the tea break.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
We'll adjourn until 11:15.
Okay. Is it the usual order? Cappuccino.
Certainly.
and I had to force him to organize a board strategy workshop that the PIC board has asked for months. He became derelict in his duties by not ensuring that restatement in the PIC corporate plan met appropriate standards. He simply abandoned his duties, leaving critical work to junior staff to handle. In paragraph 7 of Candice Abraham's witness statement to this commission, she confirms that she had several additional responsibilities placed on her by Mr. Magula. In my opinion, took advantage of her excellent work ethic to overload her with work that she should have been performing himself. He also served on the board of Mahai Makaya, where there was gross maladministration of funds. This was a situation similar to that of VBS. But instead of alerting the PIC board as its nominee director to this maladministration, he kept quiet with disastrous consequences for VBS. I had to come back from holiday for a meeting with the board of Mahai to get an explanation on the finances of the company where after a comprehensive business plan was required to be provided by it, as well as a reconciliation of management fees paid to date. Neither the business plan nor the reconciliation were ever provided, and instead the company took the PIC to court claiming payment of management fees allegedly due to it, where its claim was dismissed with costs. The straw that broke the camel's back was the changing by Mr. Magula of a risk report on the NEF to make it possible for the transaction to go through. I've dealt with this incident earlier. His relationship with Mr. Malauzi was a serious concern for me. The media has revealed that he has benefited from this relationship with Mr. Malauzi. His relationship with some journalists involved in weekly expose and AAN7 caused me grave concern. This was compounded by the leaking of transactions that he had worked on, including the risk report on Steinhoff. I learned from a prominent politician that Mr. Magula was tipped to take over from me once I get fired from the PIC. This, I believe, was in return for facilitating approval for a housing loan for the former state president. This clearly explains his behavior at the Fordham University training in mid-June 2017, where he was behaving like the CEO of the PIC as per verbal reports from other executives who attended this training with him. The following Can I proceed, Commissioner? Okay, thank you.
End of the Magula part though.
Why don't we carry on until,
Okay.
until 6:16?
Thank you, Commissioner. The following claimed victimization or being sidelined: Ms. Nonza Mopeche, Ms. Petro Decker, Mr. Luanda Ntuane, and Ms. Pamela Pala, and Mr. Sibia. Mr. Chris Purwani has dealt with these persons extensively. I must point out that Ms. Decker was an extremely dedicated workaholic. The changes in the organizational structure seem to have not gone well with her. Reporting to the CFO might have had a negative impact on her performance. It was sad to lose her. I hold Mr. Ntuane in high regard. When he reported to me, our relationship was a healthy one. We dealt with any of our differences professionally. Again, it is clear that his relationship with the CFO post-restructuring was not a good one. Mr. Ntuane left because of a disciplinary issue. Ms. Pamela Pala has the right qualifications and she is strong on corporate legal matters. She has performed her function as a corporate lawyer very well. I strongly believe that I have acted responsibly by assigning her responsibilities that are aligned to her strength rather than assign her duties in the investment legal environment where I don't believe her strengths lie. She has misunderstood my remark when I said that the PIC should be driving enterprise development by giving senior managers a platform to start their own businesses with the support of the PIC. I made an example that a Macheka Inc. could be established on the back of PIC support. I regret and apologize for her for this misunderstanding. Apologize to her for this misunderstanding. Perhaps I should have used something like Manaka Inc. instead. In the case of Ms. Peche, Mr. Chris Pulwane has given a comprehensive account of circumstances surrounding deployment to another position. Just before I was removed from my position, I was in the process of addressing her matter. The following also claimed sidelining or underutilization. Mr. Chifango Ndaza, Mr. Tatenda Makuti, Ms. Lindiwe Dlamini, and Candice Abrams. Mr. Tindaza reported to Mr. Magula. I had very little interaction with him, mainly in portfolio management committee meetings when he presented risk reports. My understanding is that he was appointed as a risk manager, market risk manager, but Mr. Magula used him as a credit risk manager without approval from me. This was done to ensure that Mr. Ndaza enjoyed the benefits of travel and perks that are associated with this responsibility. Mr. Pulwane dealt with the issue of Mr. Sibiya adequately, I think. I have no idea on which basis he made a remark that Dr. Dan does not lead, he rules. Perhaps he understood my management style, which was based on my passion for the PIC and my desire to lead it to the status that I thought it deserved. As ruling, but he would be mistaken if he did. The undeniable fact is that the PIC has been extremely successful under my stewardship. However, so one chooses to describe my style of leadership. I did what it took to achieve the results, and obviously those who did not share the PIC vision and values would have found my approach authoritarian. Mr. Ndaza claimed that the PIC has no financial model for Steinhoff International. Is far from the truth. The listed investment team has a deep dive model for most of the top 100 stocks listed on the JSE. Mr. Ndaza has told the Commission that he is the Deputy Director, the Deputy General Secretary of the new PIC Union. This to me was like sheep electing a wolf to lead their liberation struggle from the bondage of the crow. Following the dismissal of Mr. Magula, I tried to persuade Mr. Ndaza to move on with his life and stop fighting for his boss and to focus on his work and build a career at the PIC because he does have the potential.
His boss, of course, was Mr. Magula.
That's correct. It seems that Mr. Makuti and Ms. Dlamini have the talent after a stellar performance they gave during their testimony at this commission, and I'm sure they will be given an opportunity to contribute more to the PIC. Before I was removed from my position, I had recommended to the board that Ms. Abrahams be appointed to the position of executive risk. All processes were completed. I was surprised to hear in her testimony to this commission that she was not given the job. Continue.
Can I proceed, Mr. Commissioner? I have a couple of questions on this victimization topic, Dr. Matjila. it is correct as stated that a couple of employees came to this commission. And I must put on record, and I've done so before, it was after many requests from this commission and from the legal team, because they expressed their fear of victimization if they come to this commission. It has also been presented to this commission by the new trade union that was established, which has now more than 60% representation of staff of this toxic environment at the PIC of fear and victimization, which came also out in the testimony of Mr. Jack and later in the audit that was performed in 2017, where people, the staff, were reluctant to come forward, even on a secure electronic version, complying with the request by the service provider that they will be identified and victimized. That's an introductory remark. Let's just talk about two executives of this institution, and that is Mrs. Decker and Mr. Ntuani. And you confirmed that you had excellent relationships with them in the working environment. The problem started when they had to report to the CFO, is that correct?
That seems to be the case, Commissioner.
And that was also the case of Mrs. Menye, who complained to you about reporting to the CFO.
Yes, Commissioner.
Were you aware in this PIC environment that the main role player accused of victimization was in fact the CFO?
Commissioner, that's true. That was raised with me.
And you testified, and I must say in a very diplomatic fashion, that you realized that and you coached her. You started coaching her. Is that correct?
That's correct. I made an attempt to coach her.
Now, just to deal with Mrs. Decker, she has testified before this commission, and as you stated, it was sad for you to lose her. She was a workaholic. And after your testimony about her, I consulted her again, and she told me that it's absolutely correct that after she filed a notice to resign, she had a discussion with her family and was persuaded to withdraw that letter of resignation. My instructions, information, Dr. Matjila, is it was a simple administrative matter to withdraw it and carry on, but the person who stopped it was the CFO. She was not prepared to take her back. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Did you allow Mrs. Menye, after her reporting problems to the CFO, to report to you?
Yes, I did, Commissioner.
Did other staff, apart from these that, and you don't have to identify them by name, mentioned in and who testified before the commission, did they come to you and complain about the attitude of the CFO?
They have, Commissioner.
I have reports by the executive members who told me, and they were not prepared to come and say that, who told me that she would organize an executive meeting of the executive committee, and that she will let them wait for 1 to 2 hours like children before she would pitch up. Do you know about that?
No, I don't know about that, Commissioner.
Thank you. I have no further questions on this topic, Mr. Commissioner.
Matjila, the first question is just 602, if we could go to that paragraph. 602. It's just for you to add some color to this one, you know, it's not too critical. The last sentence, you know, that Mr. Magula was beginning to act like a CEO, and you said there were some reports. What was he behaving like? What did they say he was behaving like? Roughly, just briefly.
Look, that's the description that they gave is that of a person leading the delegation, in other words. Almost like leading the delegation and performing, you know, the kind of functions that would be normally performed by a leader in an organization, you know, in this group. Yeah. That's basically the description that was given to me.
And was there supposed to be a leader there because you were not there? Was
No,
there
there
supposed
wasn't,
to be
because-
someone to lead the delegation and say, we are going to dinner this time, arrive on time, and all those things?
Those processes were handled by the HR team, the logistics. I mean, the employees were there for training.
Yes.
You know, so logistics and how things were done were led by the HR team. Yes.
All right. And then let's go to 613, 613. Just also to add some color there. When Mr. Ndaza was here at the commission, I mean, I felt that he was very competent and he was well-spoken. He seemed to know his work and all that. And I don't know whether there's a link, but you are sort of implying that he's like a sheep leading, you know, like sheep, like letting a wolf to lead them. So just expand a bit there, please.
Look, I deal with it maybe not so in you know, more accurate terms here. The relationship with him and Mr. Magula worried me because, you know, it became clear to me that he really worships Mr. Magula. And he's probably working on the basis of lack of knowledge around what Magula is up to. And therefore, almost fighting for Magula, unaware, or maybe aware, I don't know, of what this Magula person has been up to, you know. And so, in that way, being a leader of an important grouping like this may be problematic if it's going to try and advance the aims of Mr. Magula, you know, which would be extremely detrimental to the PIC. Apologies, Commissioner. So it's in that context that his relationship with Mr. Magula and the way he almost, you know, respect Mr. Magula whilst Mr. Magula is doing all these things, I saw it problematic that he's occupying a very strong position. That's why I called him to my office at some point, just to say, move on. I mean, don't be a fighter for Mr. Magula because you have a brighter future. You must focus on your future, you know. But if his attitude is to defend Mr. Magula and yet lead such an important, or hold such an important position in the union, will be problematic for all PIC staff.
611, let's go there, last sentence. Just broadly, what is your management style or leadership style? How would you describe that? I know this is like business school speak, but you know, how would you describe your leadership style?
Well, the I believe in giving people space to do their work. You know, as long as they understand their responsibility, whether it's an executive or, you know, somebody that assists with the kitchen, whatever, they must know what their role and responsibility is in an organization. And understanding of what the organization vision is, where is it getting to, you know, and their role there, and be given space to perform those functions, to perform. That's how I do it. That's my leadership style. And I'm sure, I mean, if the other 320 employees that I believe I have led quite well will attest to this, you know, because we are dealing here with a small number that have issues that either went into disciplinary hearing or whatever that appeared before this commission. The real people that have appreciated and have worked with me in putting the PIC where it is are left. They are not in this commission. They haven't testified to this commission. So my leadership style has been that of giving people space to perform their duties as they were supposed to in their little corners. Executives, the same story. You know, the issue of the CFO, I was probably too lenient, you know, and I was looking at her as an executive, not just as an ordinary employee performing a certain role alongside me, the second in command, in other words, that I would give her space to perform those functions with the view that one day they will be taking over from me and driving the PIC vision to the next stage. You know, the visions and missions that you see here were developed by the team. You know, in fact, the last one that you see in the annual report of 2018-19 was developed around 2018 with the whole team in one room, senior management, debating, you know, what the PIC should position itself in the long term to be a global asset manager. And an interaction in an open environment. I believe my EXCO meetings were quite relaxed, cordial, but very constructive. I've given my colleagues a chance to chair some of the meetings. There's no one in EXCO that has not chaired an EXCO meeting or a subcommittee meeting, so that they get training and the feel of what it is to lead a meeting like that, and building their skills to become leaders of the PIC one day, you know. So I've always given people free room to perform in line with their responsibility, you know, and allowed people to be innovative, allowed people to be creative, you know, so that the organization can move to the next stage. I've not allowed people to misbehave. I mean, that's another matter, you know.
I see.
And, you know, we have, I mean, there is no way that you, in my view, in my experience, that a good leader is a nice leader. You can't be nice all the time. The other day I made a joke that says, if you want to be nice to everyone, you must sell ice cream, as they say, you know. But if once you become too relaxed, then you will see some of the things that have happened at the PIC. And once you start nipping that in the bud, you really create a serious problem for yourself, because some people won't like that kind of thing. They wouldn't like that kind of intervention. They would like to be disorderly and so on. So I think I've been
Trying to do something.
not autocratic at all, but firm.
Firm, okay.
But firm when it's necessary.
What, firm and fair, or firm but fair?
Firm but fair.
Would
I
you say
think.
that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Then that follows that, you know, given the fact that you know the PIC left, right, and center, top to bottom, you are a very well-educated man and everything. When people question you or question your decisions, did you feel bad about it or angry about it and say, you know, these people, mustn't question me.
People question me.
That can happen. I mean,
Yeah,
for
I-
leaders who have been there for a long time, they might feel that, they can't be questioned.
I certainly get questioned, and anything that anybody in the PIC is not comfortable with, and they can back it with enough evidence and reason that is something that is not in the best interest of the organization, I wouldn't force it down their throat, or I wouldn't even do it. You know, whether it's a transaction or I may have a different view, but I'm supported by different teams. So if one team says, no, we don't like it for these reasons, and two other teams says, but it's fine and so on, then it's normally not done, because there has to be consensus. So something that comes, that requires a major decision to be taken, has to be agreed by the technical people that are supporters. A recommendation that says, yes, we can do this. Then we act on the basis of that recommendation. So I don't remember overriding that sort of process, and deciding on something on my own.
So are you saying that Mr. Siane is saying, they couldn't question things? Are you saying he's not correct?
I don't know, because Mr. Siane is an assistant portfolio manager.
Yes.
So there's a portfolio manager on top of him. After the portfolio manager, there is a general manager. And then there's an executive head of the department.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't know what interactions they have at that level.
At the bottom, yeah.
Because it's very rare that they will come right at the top and question matters. It's mostly in the environment of an investment, of a PMC or an investment committee. But at that point, they would have already produced a recommendation that is coming from that unit.
All right. Then the final question is this, is that as a leader, you were aware that there were issues with the CFO, Ms. Moray, and the other people. I mean, these were big issues. I mean, people came to you crying in the office and say they don't want to report to her and all that. I mean, this was causing a lot of problems. I mean, as a top leader, what did you do about it? I mean, it was causing serious problems.
Look, first, I have pleaded with the team to understand the style of Ms. Moray. First, Ms. Moray is a strong person, very technical, very firm in many ways. So some people don't take kindly to that. I guess there is some element of soft skills that she required to fix. How you relate to people, how you talk to people, and so on. The choice of words and those kind of things, are very important. But really, on the core technical things that are required for the organization and to move it, she had all of that. I have no doubt that people can complain about other things, maybe her behavior, the soft skills, if I were to put it that way, but very strong technically and very strong in terms of attention to detail. I think the organization wouldn't have been where it is now if she didn't have those traits as a chief financial officer, looking after the monies and ensuring that it's spent and managed properly. Perhaps the biggest challenge would have been on the soft side. That's why we were attempting to coach her on the soft side. There is we put up a training scheme, mentorship scheme. I think each of the executive heads had a mentor, so that they are able to deal with the soft skills that are required to make a person better than what they are. So they've raised all of these things, Commissioner, if I may,
Yes.
I've attempted, without trying to then take everyone to report to me, because that would have been a very difficult, it's the easiest, but it's not an optimal solution. You still have to try and get people together and understand each other better, So I was living with hope that there will be maturity over time. There will be maturity over time.
Yeah, but that dragged on from, from the time of Ms. Decker, then it was Ntuane,
Yeah,
then it was Menya. I mean, that was like from what, 2015, 2016. So the training program, I mean, surely could have been done sooner.
I think we need to explain some of this. I can understand there are soft issues, but Ms. Decker, on the other hand, I think she was feeling that her position is being watered down. I think that's one of her biggest concerns, was that this seems as if this is being watered down. And it was indeed, the responsibility was slightly changed, but that didn't mean that the grade and all that issue had changed. They remained the same, in my view. And of course, as you rightly say, the relationship between her and Ms. More was not a great one, but, well, I was hoping that they will find each other at some point. Mr. Ntuane, I know there were problems, but he left because of disciplinary.
Different issues.
Yes.
Ms. Menye, there
Ms.
were
Menye
problems.
also, yeah, a big problem.
And they dragged on
And again-
for 3-4 years. I mean,
Sorry, with
they
Mr.
dragged on for about 3 years, these problems.
with Ms. Menye.
No, I'm just saying across the board, from Decker to Ntuane to Menye,
Yeah.
But as a leader, I mean, surely something could have been done, maybe sooner, I don't know.
Well, perhaps you are right. I mean, I can't deny that. But I was hoping that maturity, time will be, the biggest factor in getting people to understand. You must understand that Ms. More is fairly young, and some of the people that you're talking about are fairly senior, and
Older than
so that part also is a problem. But I was living with hope that she will be able to mature in that space. And as I said, I mean, I wouldn't want to believe that she's done a bad job in the space, in her space.
Technically, she's very
she's
good.
done exceptionally
Administrative,
well.
she's
and
good, yeah.
the organization is where it is because she performed certain things
Very
diligently, But I guess there's always a problem. Nobody's perfect, but,
Yeah.
you have those challenges.
Yes, she was here, yes, we know about the technical abilities and all that. Then the final thing is on the top three, they normally say the top three at the PIC, so it was you, Ms. More and Ms. Chris Polwane, Just in terms of Mr. Polwane, I mean, he was here and they said he's like the hangman, there were jokes that he's the person who sort of hangs the condemned people. What do you think there's something wrong with which he did? Is there something that as a leader you could have done better for him if there's something that Mr. Polwane did?
I think it's unfortunate that the James Nugu era, if I were to put it that way, has resulted in a lot of disciplinary hearings, which obviously, and he led those processes as an HR manager. And we relied on him. I relied on him for advice on HR matters, mainly. And the HR matters that involved very senior people, where I had to be involved. There are certain matters that were within his delegated authority to deal with, So most of the matters that came into my attention that were not dealt with properly, and those who had courage to approach me to say, but we have these issues, we've attempted to resolve them. We've called Mr. Polwane, explained to him, trying to understand what the issues are, and provided a solution, and most of the time we came out with a solution that was satisfactory to an employee, So most of the matters that were brought to my attention, I've dealt with, instructing Mr. Polwane, sometimes acting on his advice to deal with matters as per policy of the PIC. So that has happened. Now, there are matters that were raised in this commission that I was not aware of. And some of the matters, I heard about them. That's what prompted me to ask the internal auditor to provide me with the whistleblowing report so I can see indeed whether this thing were reported or not, and begin to ask why they were not attended to. We'll probably discuss that report here because I couldn't find lots of staff issues really of relevance that were placed before this commission. The issue of Sibiya, of course, was dealt with properly in my view. How he handled it very, very badly, I would say, in my view. It was, I see it as inappropriate the way he handled it, you know. But we can discuss that.
Just remind us there on
That
Sibiya.
he opened the case against the PIC on the payment of
Of a bonus.
of a
yes,
bonus,
yes,
that
okay.
the letter was altered with TPEX and all that, if you, those kind of allegations. Those allegations were dealt with by internal audit, and they could prove that the letter from the minister was not altered at all. It was authentic, and we acted according to it. Out of that, there was a surplus of 32 million that had to be obviously taken back, withdrawn, because we needed to comply with the minister's directive that the pool must be X amount, a certain percentage of cost to company, and that's it. You know.
But in summary then, what are you saying about him in terms of all the issues which have been said at the commission?
Look, the other allegations, obviously, I haven't seen the full report on the investigation around them and what the report has revealed, whether it was negative or, you know, or somebody was found guilty for that. You know, I've not seen that report at all.
Then finally, then on the climate survey, do you know about what, I think it was Mr. Mutimele, said that the combined scores, there were scores combined about, you know, average scores being combined with something that sort of presented a better picture of the climate scores.
That was not brought to my attention. I only heard it when he was appearing before this commission, that there was that. I was always concerned about participation. It was very low. And I had meetings with staff to understand why participation is low. They raised the issue of, you know, victimization if they are found. The process, they don't have confidence that it's secure enough, it protects their anonymity and so on. Yes. And we even went to an extent of establishing written responses, you know, a questionnaire that they could drop in some box somewhere, just to try and get them to participate in the process, you know. So the issues that he raised here, he had never raised them with me while I was at the PIC.
And that climate survey, I mean, it was quite a difficult one. It was not one which was looking good. I mean, did it worry you?
Yes, it worried me quite a lot in terms of the output. That we don't seem to be moving in terms of staff satisfaction. You know, we're trying to create an environment that is conducive for people to do their work, but they live in fear for some reason. You know, so I was extremely concerned about that.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Matjila. Following from my colleague's question, in paragraph 596, you describe Mr. Magula as obedient and cooperative. Is obedient something that you require in your staff?
Not necessarily. They have to be honest.
Honest, yes.
Yeah.
Obedient is different.
Well,
You've used this description as obedient, which means that he listened to you. It's very different to use a word obedient to participatory, explore, all the things you've described as your management style. And you look at him as cooperative, obedient, and then he becomes arrogant. And did not, in essence, you're looking again at the role of Mr. Ntwane in relation to supporting him, but there was a support from you to Mr. Magula. He became head of risk, he became a person representing on boards. I think it would be perhaps natural for people in his department to see him as a role model and to work with him, given that. So there's a bit of a contradiction here for me in the way you look at Mr. Ntwane and what you've said about him as the wolf leading the sheep. Clearly a very dissatisfied staff that you actually have a union formed in an organization like the PIC with a 60% membership and growing, and then a description of Mr. Magula as obedient, until obviously the issues came to the fore around the VBS matter and as well as Makai Makaya. Do you see it as a process by which Mr. Magula developed in that way, or a misreading on your part as to how you understood Mr. Magula at the outset and what happened? How would you see that? Because I'm just interested in the word obedient.
Commissioner, you are right in the description. This is, an observation over time from where he came from to where he developed into, and the big changes that he underwent and became something else, that I never thought he would be. So he started as a fairly senior person, getting into a role of acting. In fact, we interacted with him even when he was an analyst in the ECBI, because they would present portfolio management, the transaction reports on risk and so on and so forth. That is the nature of the interaction with him at the lower level. And then later on he moved into risk and then became acting head of risk, and we worked quite closely together because I was seeing someone with potential that can lead the risk department, the technical expertise and understanding and those kind of things. So that obedience is coming from the level, the young man that he was at that point. Very keen to learn, very keen to take instructions at that point as part of the learnings, versus now giving a responsibility to act in a position of that nature. Now there he needed a little bit of hand-holding, even though as an acting position gives you authority to perform as if you are the permanent position. So, but he needed to still take, advice from me so that he can develop into something better.
In that circumstance, Mr. Magula told the Commission that his department was under-resourced, understaffed, that he had no powers to appoint people because that resided with you as the CEO, and that the PIC operated without a head of regulatory compliance, without a head of credit risk, both critical for transactional and risk assessments, especially in the unlisted space. Ms. Abrams, in her testimony, says that there was no reason not to have these appointments because there was a question that all vacant positions were budgeted for, so it was not a budget issue, it was the authorization and approvals which resulted in far too much work on some people. And she said all positions are budgeted for, the budget assumes full capacity, therefore funding for vacant positions is not the issue, which really was the need for approval from the CEO to proceed, and this was not forthcoming. She felt Mr. Magula was blocked from appointing additional team members while other departments were able to employ additional resources. And given the questions that were raised about the nature of leadership, She said she was aware of an atmosphere of tension and a sense that the CSO was under siege. If Magula received a call from the CEO, it resulted in seeing him panic. This instilled fear in me, she's talking about herself at that point, that when you were called from the 7th floor, you should be very afraid.
Yeah.
That is a person who you were recommending to be head of risk, and that is her assessment of the environment in which she was working in.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's her assessment, I mean, the truth versus reality.
Well, it's not about whether truth
so-
versus reality, because that depends whose truth and whose reality. This is what she told the Commission.
Yes, absolutely. And Commissioner, I'm saying Mr. Magula as an executive head, he had full authority to appoint staff through internal processes. We've done revision of the organization at some point and prioritized certain positions, and a lot of positions in risk were prioritized to be filled. But for some reason, Mr. Magula couldn't fill those positions. You know,
You said earlier that you were hand-holding him and looking at how to ensure that he took the decisions that were required. Did you look at why there were that level of vacancies and why these appointments were not being filled? This is coming from both Ms. Abrams and Mr. Magula. So taking account of Mr. Magula's, what we know about him, it's not just from him, it's also from Ms. Abrams. What was your role in saying there's too many vacancies in this department?
Commissioner, let me close the gap here. You know, Mr. Magula became the permanent acting head of, the permanent head of risk, the executive head of risk, with full responsibility. At that time, he didn't need much of my guidance because we knew that now he was able to run on his own and make decisions and, recommend to me as opposed to me instructing him to do certain things, to perform certain things. So that changed. I handed over full authority to him to run the department. Positions were there, budgeted for, he was just supposed to fill them in. He didn't do so.
What steps did you take with him, given your close working and the critical role of risk, as we've seen throughout our testimonies? What steps did you say, these are vacancies, why is it not being filled, what is happening here? Because it's part of your assessment of people who report to you. Are they fulfilling their roles and responsibilities as per agreed KPIs and everything else?
We've asked several times why they are not filling the positions. And obviously, from 2017, there was a lot of confusion within the PIC. And that also affected the working relationship with Mr. Magula. It was becoming very strained at that point, that there are certain deliverables that he's not able to perform. His conduct, his performance were all questionable to a point where we eventually instituted disciplinary process. Because in my view, he at some stage was failing to run the department as it's supposed to be run.
Did you remove him from any of the boards he was sitting on because there was not the attention to his department?
Look, the boards, we would have done so at some point, but we didn't do so. Once you get removed from your position or get suspended, you're no longer a director of the company. The policy says that if you are removed from the PIC, automatically you cease to be a director of the company.
Yeah, but you didn't start off there. You started off with the concern that the risk department was not fulfilling its role as it should, and therefore, in discussion with the head of risk, an executive head of risk, you say, why is that not happening? Are you sitting on board A, B, C, D? Let's take you off those boards so you concentrate on your department to get it to the level with the people and the attention and the time that's required. What measures did you take?
Yeah.
And then the second question I wanted to ask in relation to that is, did you, in terms of your own reporting to the board, do a report on what your concerns were about risk with Mr. Magula not performing the way he did? And then secondly, did you take to the board your concerns about the way in which senior personnel were having difficulty working with the CFO, and these are the measures you were taking, so your span of control considerably increased because people were reporting to you as distinct from reporting to the CFO? Would that have affected her bonus pool, any questions to say you either, address these matters or you continue to get your bonuses if you're performing extremely well? Did any of that come to the board from you?
I remember I did raise some of the matters with the board on the performance of some EXCO members.
Including the CFO?
Not the CFO. I don't think we discussed the CFO.
So therefore,
At
the
some
fact
point.
that you had taken over people into reporting to you as a way of dealing with those staff who had difficulty working with her would not have affected her performance evaluation?
It would have. I mean,
And did it?
This happened very shortly. It must have been around, I can't remember when, in 2018 or so. It's a very new thing. It's not like years that it's been like this, And it was in the middle of the crisis within the PIC.
But didn't she then become acting CEO? At what point in time was she acting CEO?
Ms. Murray,
Yes. She was earlier acting CEO and then acting CEO again?
she's been acting CEO in my absence several times.
Yeah, but the
And
question
what-
I'm raising is that if you had raised with the board concerns about her management of people and that this was creating crises with staff refusing to work or having difficulty working with her and you taking it over, if the board was aware of that, would they have still appointed her as an acting CEO in that circumstance?
I don't know.
They
I
didn't
don't-
have the
I-
information
I don't-
from you,
I don't know. I don't know.
but you didn't give them the information.
I haven't discussed it with them to that
Yeah,
extent.
you didn't
Yeah,
discuss
yeah,
that with the board.
yeah.
Okay. I think I just have one other
I
question.
think it's also very important to understand that we are dealing with an executive.
Absolutely,
We are dealing with a board member. as well.
absolutely. But you're the CEO. And in
I'm the
that
C-
question is, there's a CEO, the CFO, the only two executive members on that board who are there in terms of the mandates and the MOIs and the well, not MOIs because there should have been others. But it is incumbent for a board to be fully informed about taking decisions around senior personnel.
I'll accept that, Commissioner.
Just one other question. In 613, you talk about sheep electing a wolf. What is your view of the establishment of the union in the PIC?
Commissioner, my view is that it's fine. I don't think there's a problem if staff are going to organize themselves in the manner that they did in response to the kind of treatment that they've gone through in order to address their problems, because it was clear that they didn't have a mechanism to fix their problems, or they have lost confidence in the ability of management to deal with their problems, effectively. Now, where this thing is coming from, in my understanding, the biggest driver of this has been payment of bonuses. That's where it's coming from. I can understand the other matters, other complaints around victimization and many others. But the big issue that started this was the payment of bonuses. That was becoming problematic for them, and myself in particular, because it became a problem in the sense that they didn't know whether bonuses will be paid at some point and when those bonuses are going to be paid. Year in and year out, it became a serious problem of uncertainty around bonuses. They would have carried on their work, delivered, and get told later on that your bonuses have been cut elsewhere, and the payment of that takes forever to process, which was something that was completely outside the control of the board of the PIC and myself in particular. And so staff felt that perhaps if they form a union, they may have a much stronger mouthpiece to deal with this matter on their behalf. That's where it's the main driver of the union.
In the structure of the PIC and in the union, is there a distinction between at what level people become management? I'm not talking about your executives. I'm talking about when are you management and when are you staff as a distinction. Do you have that distinction between staff and management, or a level above which you regard it as management?
Management, we've used it loosely as everyone that participated at EXCO level. In other words, it will be EXCO membership and certain invitees, permanent invitees, as management. That's how we've defined it.
Just going back to 600, I know your paragraph 600, which we've dealt with before, the allegation is that Mr. Magula helped Mr. Muluadzi prepare the papers for the TOSACO submission. Do you have any further information on that? Are you aware of that at all? And that the payment that he received subsequent was because of that work and assistance. Obviously, these are allegations. I don't have information beyond hearing that this is what it was about, but I'm asking whether you have any additional information on that, or are aware of any of those allegations.
No, I'm not aware. I only became aware through the commission now, when this matter was raised here.
Again, just as a final question, perhaps paragraph 611. I think that in the middle of the paragraph, the undeniable fact is that the PIC has been extremely successful under my stewardship. However one chooses to describe my style of leadership. I think that there's perhaps a distinction there, a question that in terms of returns to the GPF, there has been overall movement, definitely bull markets that have influenced that, significant areas of room for improvement in the unlisted space, and so on. But can you say that quite fairly that it's an undeniable fact? We're here in a commission. You say that a lot of the people who've raised issues are not the sort of bulk of the staff. But almost everybody who's raised issues at the commission are very senior staff and have been there for some time or in different degrees. Is it correct that it is extremely successful under your leadership that's resulted in a commission of this nature? Which is obviously, and I'm not attributing it simply to your leadership, there's a whole lot of issues here that we're trying to uncover. But I'm just questioning how you see that so emphatically, given that you're sitting in this commission.
The main function of the PIC is to deliver asset management services to its clients, to manage their portfolios and generate returns in a big portfolio of about 2 trillion. When you deliver outperformance for a client of 252 basis points on a 5-year rolling number, you are the best. You are better than the median of Alexander Forbes Manager Watch. Then you are the best. You deliver on social impact, you deliver jobs, you deliver transformation. You become a training ground for graduates.
We don't need to go into all of those things which you've explained. What I've also asked you quite distinctly is the question that the GEPF has come here and said that they've had experiences that they were unhappy with. Mr. Sotole was here. So all I'm asking is that if you look at this as extremely successful, you're dealing with an element, are there no questions in your mind about why there's even a commission?
The commission is here dealing with almost 2% of the portfolio. And some of the things, some of the assets that are in this 2% portfolio are actually performing well. This commission is looking at issues around transactions. Impropriety. That's what this
impropriety on the part of the PIC.
Yeah, that's what this commission is about, on 2% of the portfolio. 98% of the portfolio is doing exceptionally well, is doing what it's supposed to do. If you look at even a bank, it will always have challenges, non-performing loans, driven by certain things, The Reserve Bank, the regulator, will always have banks that are folding from time to time.
Not
Those are the
always.
challenges. Those are the challenges that you'll have in any organization.
Absolutely.
Now I'm saying extremely because 98% of the portfolio doing well cannot be anything other than extremely good performance. And this commission, I'm not undermining the work because it's designed to improve on the workings of the PIC. And we hope that out of this, they will be able to shape a PIC that will continue to deliver more than 90%, 98%, if they can sustain this 98%, because I know there's no way that you will get 100%. There will be all kinds of challenges as we go along. As long as you learn from the mistakes now and fix them so that they don't occur again, but there will be new ones that will require attention as we go along. So sustain the 98%, then you remain the best manager ever under the sun. So I'm more than comfortable with what we've delivered at the PIC. We may have this, small wound that we are dealing with now. And I think Savlon will deal with it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just in terms of, I thought I wanted to ask this later, but it has come up. Just if you could gross up that 2%, I tried to put it together too, just if you could tell us how you calculated that 2%.
I think, for example, quickly, I said Steinhoff, probably around 9.5 billion.
Yep.
Tosako Ascendis, another 3 billion, gives you like 14.
Uh-huh.
Erin, 5 billion or so. SNS, about 1 billion.
What else? You got 4. Steinhoff,
The big ones.
Erin,
Yeah.
SNS, yeah.
Yeah, the big ones. I think
EcoBank? EcoBank?
EcoBank is another 4 billion or so, I think.
We are now on about, if I can say, 22 billion or so, somewhere there.
22 billion
So
divided
far.
by 2 trillion will give you probably less than 2%, 0.01%.
And then what about IO and?
You can add all of that.
Independent, yeah.
You can add them all. You
Yeah.
can add them. You're not going to exceed probably 30 billion at best.
Okay.
Divide by 2 trillion.
All right, so you
That's
are saying it's around 30 to 40 billion rands, is that what you're saying?
roughly, that should be
Somewhere there.
around there.
Which is then 2% of that, of 2 trillion, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 20 over
Yeah.
2 trillion, if that's the number.
Because
Or 40
2%,
or 40 over 3
yeah,
trillion.
yes, 2% of 2 trillion would be 40 billion, isn't it?
Yeah, 40 billion.
40 billion, isn't it? Yeah.
That's
So you're saying it's around there,
Around that figure.
the 40 billion, okay.
Yeah.
All right, because I was trying to gross them up, so I was not sure, okay.
Okay.
I get you, okay.
Can I just have sorry, I'm not sure that's the way I would look at it. I think there are 38 transactions that have been drawn to our attention. We're handling those that our resources enable in terms of time and resource. And it's about the impropriety, not simply the percentage of the issue. So to simply say you can add them up and gross them up to this amount, 40 billion is real money. It's not small money, it's not rounding figures, it's real money. But the issue here is actually the impropriety. That's what we are looking at. So I think it's a little bit inappropriate, and I'm not asking you for a response, it's a comment from my side, to say if we gross it up, it only comes to 40 billion. The issue is the money is material, but it is about the impropriety, which is what we're looking at. We're not saying we haven't found, we are listening to the evidence presented at this point in time. There's no findings yet, there's no decisions yet, there's no question of saying this is our view on it. We're trying to understand what that was about. you know, and again, I think that just within that grossing up, it's not about reflecting listing and listed and unlisted and properties. This is mainly in the unlisted space, and obviously there are very real mandate issues for the PIC and the GEPF that we are considering when we are looking at these matters. So I think that I would not agree with, I think your response is a little dismissive of the issue.
Commissioner, I'm looking at this from portfolio perspective. How an asset manager how an asset manager's performance is assessed.
Then impropriety becomes a very significant factor irrespective of the amounts. So I don't think this should be a dialogue. I've asked you a couple of questions, you've responded. I've tried to give a perspective to say that this is about impropriety, not simply amounts, and that we are listening very carefully to all the evidence presented here. We have no findings at this point in time. We have no views on it. We're just exploring what has come before the Commission.
Yeah.
I think this was prompted by the fact that I'm saying the organization has performed well. That's the argument, and we don't seem to find each other there, but it's fine.
Can I just ask you, perhaps can't we look at separating the two and say, in terms of portfolio performance, you could have something and say you are beating the market and all that. Which one can agree with, roughly, because asset management is about making wins and making losses. But overall, if you are performing well, generally that would be fine, isn't it?
That will be fine.
Yes, and then there's a side of improprieties, which is a separate matter, because they were trying to find what were the issues within the processes and all that. Would that be correct way to sort of look at it?
No, I don't
Look,
I don't have a problem with that, quite frankly. As I said, and if this commission's work is going to help in making the PIC even more strong and sustain the 98% that I spoke about now, it's welcome. So that's the angle at which I'm looking at. And I'm not saying these issues of impropriety should not be looked at.
Sure.
I welcome that.
They are quite important.
Exactly. But I don't want them to cloud the fact that the PIC has delivered on returns. The GPF found it very hard to say that we've done well for them. But the number speaks for themselves. As I said, if you are able to outperform benchmarks by more than 252 and you are far ahead of the large manager watch, then you are the best.
No. Look, the GPF, the actuary, they did say the performance is generally well, but from our point of view, the processes and the, are quite important too.
Very important.
Yeah.
Very important.
Okay. All right.
I think we should simply be reminded that we've got terms of reference that we've got to make findings on, and then in the end make some recommendations to the President. What happens thereafter, that's in the hands of the President. Anyway, there's something that I needed to ask you, 595, because I've said this repeatedly, that I know nothing about investments. You say there that Mr. Magula failed to perform his fiduciary duties to VBS, and by so doing failed to protect the PIC's investment in VBS. Can you just clear my mind? What was he supposed to do? What was he expected to do?
Commissioner, sitting on the board of VBS and what we know about what happened there, the fact that the bank collapsed and the PIC has an exposure in the bank and lost all its investment in the bank. So it's both ways, that acting as a fiduciary to make sure that the bank does what it's supposed to do, safeguard the depositors and the business of a bank in general that is able to perform its function, providing the safe banking services as it's supposed to be as a company, as a bank. He sits on the board to ensure that that happens. But at the same time, the PIC has put money in there on the basis that it has one of their own to ensure that value is created and the investment makes sense. So it's both ways. Failing to perform those fiduciary duties to protect the bank has resulted in PIC losing money. That is the...
As part of that board, so one could then say, I'm talking about VBS now.
Yes, Commissioner.
As part of the board of VBS, which means that the board, the entire board in VBS failed VBS. Am I right?
That's correct. That's correct, Commissioner.
Mr. Commissioner, with your leave, I'm a bit out of turn now, but I forgot to ask Dr. Matjila a question on the bonuses. It came out of the other questions, and it is a document which I've handed to him earlier this morning. He knows about the content. And I think it's important just for him to answer it for the benefit of the employees of the PIC, who's very upset about these short-term, long-term incentives, etc.
I don't think it's out of line because Dr. Matjila mentioned the bonus issue in his answers.
Yes. Dr. Matjila, I raised it with you this morning that it is stated in this email to me that during the 2016-17 audit, the Auditor General raised a finding relating to an STI provision of about 32 million, which was raised but was never reversed after bonuses had been paid. The finding was later cleared based on a response that Ms. More provided to the auditors. The response included the following statement, and I quote, excuse me, "We have a legal obligation to employees to make payment as per the approved remuneration policy, as the only formal letter that was provided by the shareholder as an instruction is the payment of executives and senior management's remuneration and not that of the entire staff. The Auditor General can provide you with a detailed response. Contrary to the statement, Ms. Morey requested for the provision to be reversed after the finding was cleared, and this money was never paid to PIC employees." Now, a similar situation arose in 2018-19 financial year. A similar explanation was given by the financial department, and it says that Ms. Morey claimed during a staff meeting that the National Treasury instruction includes everyone, all staff. However, in a response to the Auditor General, she explicitly states that the instruction is mainly for EXCO and senior management, and they want a response to that. Can you please assist the Commissioner, Dr. Matjila?
I will try, Commissioner. I think in 16-17, the Minister wrote to us basically instructing the board to limit the bonus payment to a percentage of cost to company. And in addition to that, that he will want to approve the long-term and short-term incentive payments to executives in particular, and I think senior staff as well, senior management, those whose name appear in the annual report as part of reporting on remuneration. That's basically the nature of the letter. Now, the board of the PIC had done a calculation and approved a pool to be paid that year in line with the remuneration policy of the PIC. There was a number that they approved as an allocation for short-term incentive schemes and long-term incentive schemes for the entire staff, including the executives. And then wrote to the minister to say, this is what we want to pay. And so that letter was simply saying, as a shareholder, I want you to approve this amount, which unfortunately was 32 million less than what was approved by the board. And in compliance with the minister's directive, the PIC only paid the 34% of the CTC. In other words, 32 million less than what was supposed to be paid in terms of the remuneration policy. And my understanding that this 32 million was then reversed back into the finances of the PIC, into the balance sheet. That is my understanding of what happened.
So the view of the staff that they're entitled to this money, is it correct or incorrect?
My understanding is that it's incorrect because the minister has put a limit on the amount that can be paid for the entire staff. I think they need to be understanding that he puts a limit on the total amount to be paid in bonuses, and further says that any amounts that will be paid to executives and senior management, he wants to approve. So there is no way that we'll be able to pay staff until he has approved this pool. And so in compliance, because if you read it, at face value, you think that he approves the incentive pool for senior management. Now, if that letter applied to senior management only, it would be a huge amount of money. I mean, 34% of CTC to senior management and executive, it's a lot of money. So we understood it to mean that he will approve the pool for all employees. And then the step that was not clear, I think that's what agitated staff, was that it was not clear, the process, I mean, how we stagger this. Does he approve the pool first? And then out of that pool, we can then do the calculation and get the board to approve payments to all staff and not to executives and senior management. That's probably what needed to be explained, so that the payment of senior executives and exco or executives, it does not hamper the payment to the rest of the staff. In other words, those things, if they were decoupled, we wouldn't have had a problem. Unfortunately, they were coupled by the fact that the pool needed to be approved by the minister. That's how I understood it.
Now, just following on that again and coming back to Ms. More and Mr. Pulwani, and I think you correctly pointed out that one of the main driving factors for the establishment of the union was salaries and bonuses and that type of thing. Now you have two persons in charge of the moderation committee. Ms. More, who we know by now has a problem with staff, and Pulwani, who's considered to be the hatchet man or the terminator. Can you understand the perception of staff and their fear that they will not be treated fairly or not?
I think I can understand that. It's probably fair to say that they have a point. But I must correct one thing here, that the moderation committee is actually EXCO members. And I was not the member of the moderation committee, so that I can deal with grievances post that. So my understanding was that the moderation committee has always been EXCO and senior staff members who have a number of people reporting to them.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Follow-up question, just in terms of the minister's directives, and I was going to ask it at the recommendation sections, but I thought it has cropped up. Before I forget it, let me ask it here. And I've asked it before, I think I've asked it to Ms. More also. What's your view about, I mean, we sort of agree that the minister must sort of, run or, sort of own the PIC or run the PIC or be part of the PIC. What word can I use here? The oversight, yeah, the oversight. But in terms of directives, do you think there should be something done about it, or do you think the way the Act is structured, that's correct and all that? I mean, the issue of bonuses and that directive brings some big issues there. So broadly, I mean, what do you think about that area?
Commissioner, I always want to draw parallel with the private sector, the role of shareholders versus the board of the company, insofar as HR issues are concerned. The shareholders in the listed companies approve the remuneration policy of the organization on recommendation of the board to say, shareholders, can you approve this remuneration, and this is the incentive scheme. If they want to be even more transparent, they do show how incentives are calculated and so on and so forth. And once shareholders approve that, the implementation is left to the board so that they can then implement in line with the parameters in the policy that they have approved. So I would have thought that the same kind of approach could be adopted in the case of the PIC as well. That the minister approves the remuneration policy in line with the corporate plan, and then leaves the implementation to the board. That will be the easiest and the most elegant way of dealing with this kind of matters, and allow the shareholder not to get involved in HR matters, in other words, of the organization.
And this issue, this REMCO issue, is this the only issue that would be affected by directives, or there could be other issues?
There are other directives. For example, there would be a directive dealing with austerity measures, for example. The National Treasury trying to improve on spending and so on, or curbing spending, and therefore tightening the belt, in other words, and would write to all state-owned entities to say we shall do this and this and this and this, cancel travel, or put restrictions on travel and say you can't travel first class or you can't travel business class, locally you can't do certain things, you can't have team buildings and so on and so forth, that kind of things, We've seen those kind of directives which had a negative impact on the PIC, especially once we became a global investor or investor in the continent. People have to travel like 6,000 to 7,000 kilometers to go do due diligence there. And you don't want a situation where they are in economy class, they can't even prepare properly. They fly for 7 hours or so to be in the meeting the next morning to discuss very important issues. So those are some of the things that affected the way the PIC operates, Although they will say you can motivate for exceptions, which is normally quite tedious to get approval for at times, So those directives are welcome, if they help with, they don't impose unnecessary inefficiencies on the organization, like the PIC, or making it difficult for the PIC to perform its function effectively.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Perhaps just one small point going back to this question of this 40 billion roughly roll-up. I think that, one of the challenges you've got with a fund that is that big is percentages can be quite deceptive in terms of actual amounts. If you look at it and say there's roughly 40 billion that is in question, if you take the entire employees of the civil service contribution to the GEPF per annum, it's about 70 billion. So if you're questioning it is what, 58% of an entire employee contribution to the GEPF, it's significant money. I'm not for one instance questioning the fact that there will always be losses and things that occur in any fund. I'm just trying to relate the question of the actual money that's in question here that, as you've said, rolled up to about 40 billion in relation to the contributions made by every civil servant in its annual contribution to the GEPF. So I think that given the size, it's really important, and we've said this before, to look at the actual money value that you're talking about as well as the percentages. Percentages can be small, the money level can be very big.
Commissioner, I fully agree with you. I think the big issue here is what is the issue with the 40 billion? So if the 40 billion is as a result of economic environment, right? The cycle has turned and so on and so forth. So the position of the portfolio was not good enough. It was sitting in this sort of investment. But they went through a proper rigorous process and so on and so forth. Then we are happy with that. But if there is a problem around impropriety that you raise and so on, and that this commission is sitting trying to deal with, you know, it's important that it gets done, you know. So I fully agree with you, you know. It's just that I'm excited about what we achieved so far as the organization, and I fully appreciate what the commission has been set up to do, and the impact that it might have in the operations of the PIC in the future. You know, so I'm with you, Commissioner.
All right, can we carry on with HR in general? But can I just get word from council? Is it, I would suggest when we get to investigations by the public protector, if necessary for Dr. Matjila to go through the first, well, the paragraph 626, and the annexures 620, paragraph 626.
Yes.
Mr. Commissioner, I can put on record that we've discussed it. It's not necessary for Dr. Matjila to
That's
read
right.
it into the record. It is statistics.
Yes.
It can be taken as read.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Same actually with recommendations. It's recommendations suggested to us, you know, sitting here, unless there's something that he would need to highlight.
That is what we also agreed.
Yes.
There are some of the recommendations Dr. Matjila feels that he should highlight, and I think he should be given that opportunity, but it's not necessary for him to read all into the record.
Yeah, but I do have questions and some clarifications on those sections too. So I do have quite a bit of questions today and clarifications.
That'll be fine. That's
Yeah.
there's no problem
Yeah,
there.
okay.
I'm just sort of shortening it insofar as what needs to be read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Can we then proceed with the topic HR in general and paragraph 617? Dr. Matjila?
Thanks, Commissioner. The PIC had roughly 372 employees in the financial year ended the 31st of March 2018. There are about 12 employees who have made statement to this commission raising various complaints of victimization, nepotism, unfair dismissal, and sideline from promotions. These are a small group of employees that have been subject of disciplinary processes or affected by some investigation. I believe a fair process has been carried out in line with the disciplinary policy of the PIC. There are others who were courageous to approach me with their problems. I have done all within my powers to resolve their problems. I've called many staff meetings where I implored employees to alert me of their work challenges. The reluctance to participate in the climate survey of 2017 caused me grave concern, and I gave them all my cell number and established a suggestion box as a means of allowing them to talk to me. I'm glad some came out. Their testimonies to this commission was heartbreaking, more so that these atrocities are committed by people who are charged with the responsibility of ensuring, or alleged atrocities are committed by people who are charged with the responsibility of ensuring that the adherence to the PIC values. I had started breakfast meeting with groups of employees to have a closer interaction with them. The first such breakfast meeting took place around August. I think Mr. Mutimele would have given us the time. After guaranteeing them confidentiality, they opened up in that meeting. It became clear that some senior managers are not living the PIC values as expected. This has caused the PIC a lot of strain. It has become very clear to me from the testimony of employees represented by the union and Mr. Diamond Mutimele that a lot of information that HR had received from unhappy employees did not reach the office of the CEO. I only received information from employees that were courageous to do so. In an attempt to get to the bottom of this, I requested the head of internal audit, Mr. Nemagovani, to provide me with a full whistleblower's report attached as Agnestia DD76. There was nothing on staff matters. I was not satisfied with this report as the undercurrents pointed towards a distressed environment. There can be no doubt that the PIC has been successful and well run to date despite these challenges. The numbers speak for themselves. This is due to the efforts of these employees who I believe are committed to the vision and mission of the PIC and subscribe to the values of the PIC. I strongly believe that the PIC had a good HR policies, but the processes and system to give effect to these policies were compromised by the leadership that was responsible to lead the implementation. Naturally, nothing is ever perfect, and there will always be a slip sometimes, but not to this extent. Should I put you?
Yes, Mr. Luber.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, I think what Dr. Matjila has stated here is a correct summary of what was stated by witnesses in this commission. It's not a nice environment to work at. And not all the employees had the courage to come forward and speak to Dr. Matjila. They had not the courage to fill in even a survey electronically or put it in a box. So I have no further questions on this topic.
In paragraph 621, you say that they did the information that HR had received did not reach the office of the CEO, but HR reported to the CFO. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
So did any of these issues get raised with the CFO? And were you advised by the CFO of any of the issues that were drawn to her attention? Or was it that there were no issues raised with the CFO given what we've heard about the relationships and the tensions there?
Commissioner, it's clear that there were lots of issues that were raised were by HR or by staff to HR, and whether they came via the office of the CFO or they should have, or HR itself, the fact of the matter is they never reached the office of the CEO. They were never brought to my attention.
I'm accepting that. I'm just trying to understand whether you're aware subsequently whether any of these very critical HR issues were raised with the CFO, or in fact, if they were not getting resolved, whether the head of HR in a board meeting or an executive meeting, raised any of these issues to say, look, we have these concerns?
No.
Because there seems to have been a gap in that.
Commissioner, they were never raised. That's why we couldn't attend to them, and we had them in this commission when various staff members, made their statements, including the reps of the union.
Thank you.
Two questions here. Just in terms of these reports, do you think that, there was somebody or some people who were sort of hiding some kind of reports from you?
I have no idea, because as I said, I mean, we had most of the issues in this commission here. Demanding the whistleblower report was a way of trying to see if indeed staff have laid complaints, and you can see the report that it's got nothing on staff. It's a lot of other things except staff issues. It's only one of Mutimele, of Sibia, which was then resolved, was then dealt with properly, I believe.
So what happened then? Did you investigate to find some reports, the HR reports?
This was basically at the tail end of my stay at the PIC.
Yes,
I never got a chance to get to the bottom of
chance. All right. And then 622, I think the second line, I strongly believe that the PIC had good HR policies, but the processes, whatever, they were compromised. Can you expand further there, please?
I think although I guess my colleagues were able to demonstrate that, for example, the balanced scorecard process is a secure process. It can't be manipulated.
Yes.
But it appears as if staffs were concerned that, this process has got weaknesses in them, that certain things can be changed quite easily. So that's one area. And there's always been concern about issues of promotion, complaint around promotions, adjustment of remuneration. Those issues, I'm saying, the policy is clear how they should be done. But if staff is raising issues, then there may be places where they were not done to the satisfaction of employees, in other words.
Yeah. So do you then give credence to people saying there were problems there with promotions and balanced scorecard processes?
And I would love to see evidence to that effect, to say indeed these are instances where there were problems.
Yeah.
I haven't seen those clearly, except for case that I know at senior level. We spoke about Ntu and we spoke about Petrodeca. There was a lengthy discussion around Robina Solomon's absorption into a higher position that didn't sit well, with other people. I'm hoping that the issue of Katlaho Lebata has been buried. The fact that he's not my son, he's at that position on merit. He was appointed to the position on merit. So those kind of issues that have been raised that have caused, staff concern around the application of policies, Yeah. So I still believe that the policies are okay. They are sufficient enough.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
more questioning the implementation in some instances.
All right. And then the final question is just to get a comment from you. They always talk about the top three, the top three, and that there's a floor, I think it's a fourth floor that the top three sit in. I think, is it second floor? Which? Seventh? Yeah, so they say it's the top three, they sit there, it's nice, and they lock themselves up and they don't interact with the community and the others and all that, So there's just a feeling that you three are like, just separate and privileged and those things.
I'll speak for myself. And I don't know, I mean, Chris' office is on the 3rd floor, I think. Third or second floor.
The 2, oh no, so sorry, they said the 2 actually, not the 3 actually. They said the 2, yeah.
Yes. So we are both on the 7th floor. Our offices were up there with some, of course, meeting rooms, and with internal audit, I think, is one other department that was on the top floor. And our offices has always been accessible. My office has always been accessible. I've made sure that people are free to come. And there's been a lot of traffic. We'd sit and discuss things on regular basis. And I've always made an effort that once in a while I would visit the workstation of all employees. Literally walk around, greet all of them, chat, and then addition to that, staff meetings, especially at the time when the PIC was under huge pressure and the media was all over us, pretty low, almost every second day or so. I needed to keep them, take them into, what's the word? Taking them into, them taking me into their confidence that, the PIC is not about to fall apart, and most importantly, all what they hear are just allegations, and they are untrue for that matter. So I needed to keep them, focused on their work. That the PIC was not about to fall apart. It's in good shape. And hear them out around issues that are bugging them. It's a pity that they couldn't come out for some reason that they have given here. Even the whistleblowing platform was not helping. Client survey has not done well. But Commissioner, I think I've made myself accessible, more than accessible. Sometimes I'm actually being accused of being too accessible, whether from external or internal, But I've taken a view that the CEO's position is to be accessible. You need to talk to people, you need to talk to clients, you need to talk to different stakeholders. That's what the job is about, So I think I was accessible to staff, I can't speak for my other colleague, but from what I see, we had lots of meetings at the PIC. I mean, there's a lot of meetings from EXCO to management meetings to all kinds of meetings where we interact, either at senior level and with staff, And so I think we were very much accessible.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thanks.
Suggestions? Do we break now, or do we go on to responses to some witnesses and break thereafter?
Mr. Commissioner, I think in all fairness to the witness, perhaps it's an opportune moment to take the lunch adjournment.
We'll adjourn until 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Menye was about to go on a spending spree under the so-called modernization of the PIC IT platform, similar to SARS-1, I guess. The first such was the purchase of telecommunication conferencing facility for 12 offices at the cost of 12 million. This was followed by an attempt to get a 1 billion rand budget for the modernization approved. The CFO and myself did not support this budget as we believe that the PIC can spend no more than 200 million in 3 to 5 years to upgrade its IT platform to a world-class standard. Our refusal must have angered both Ms. Menye, must have angered Ms. Menye. The relationship between her and the CFO was very tense. I fully supported the CFO as she has been frugal with the finances of the corporation. Mr. Alvin Schill and Mr. Sandile Sibia's issues have been dealt with by Mr. Polwan and Ms. Mori in their statements to this commission. Mr. Martinez de Jong's issues were dealt with by Mr. Roy Raja in his statement on Daybreak Farms. I must also point out that Mr. de Jong reported to Ms. Claire Bozetti. Ms. Claire Bozetti was then the head of Isibaya at that time. In fact, she's the one who appointed him. I had a short interaction with him, Mr. de Jong, during the organizational restructuring, and then subsequently he reported to Mr. Raja. The common thread amongst most of the witnesses claiming victimization is the narrative that I'm a bad person. It is what is called mobbing, in my view. It occurs as an emotional abuse in the workplace, such as ganging up by co-workers, subordinate, or superiors to force someone out of workplace through rumor, innuendo, intimidation, humiliation, discrediting, and isolation. James Nogu starts the rumor and innuendos, and the media sustains the attack. These employees are less than 5% of PIC staff complement. I think I have the PIC to success with humility. I've led the PIC to success with humility and enjoyed the support of most of PIC employees and majority of directors at the PIC.
Don't have any further questions there, Mr. Commissioner.
I have just a few questions, Mr. Commissioner. Dr. Matjila, with regard to Mrs. Menye, I have spoken to her when she testified, and I've again checked with her this afternoon after 2, just before 2 when we started. My instructions are that you are not correct with regard to the purchase of a teleconferencing system for 12 offices at a cost of 12 million. She tells me, and it was confirmed by the IT department, that was already approved before she joined the PIC in December 2016.
Commissioner, I would like the Commission to check with Finance. They will be able to provide full information of the payments, the system when it was acquired, and the payments thereof.
The second point is that she never, according to her, applied or attempted to apply for a billion budget for the modernization. She says it was an amount of 500 million over a period of 5 years. I'm not trying to cross-examine you, I'm just putting Mrs. Menye's version to you that you can comment on that.
Okay. My understanding is that she was applying for a billion over a 5-year period, 3 to 5 year period. A billion over 3 to 5 year period.
Thank you. Thank you. And then with regard to the common thread you're talking about, my understanding is not that the employees are referring to you as a bad person, but the impression is that in the PIC, if you don't toe the line and do what you're told to do, you're in trouble. And on the evidence led thus far in this commission, I can talk about a golden thread when I talk about the former CEO, Mr. Masilela, Mr. Ntuane, Dr. Kaba, Ms. Menye, senior people leaving the PIC under a cloud. And the golden thread is, as soon as you don't toe the line, there is a whistleblower report or allegations of misconduct, you hold before a disciplinary, and that's the end of you. Can you comment on that?
Can I just make sure, I think you mentioned Masilela.
Yes. I mentioned Mr. Masilela, the former CEO.
I'm probably mixing Maisela with Masilela.
It is Mr. Masilela, the former CEO.
Commissioner, I can't comment on Mr. Masilela. I think he reported to the board, so the board at that time would be in a better position to explain themselves on this matter.
But I'm sorry to interrupt you. You knew at the time there was a board investigation.
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about, that they conducted. I think I did talk about it in this commission, you know. And Commissioner, the other issues he calls, I mean, they talk about the golden thread, which I don't think it's golden the way I see it, you know, and most of the people who came here to testify around the CEO in particular, I mean, I'm talking about myself, who claimed that, you know, I don't lead, I rule, you know, I'm powerful. Some of the statements were even made by the commissioners themselves, which I don't agree with, because I've always run that organization, you know, in an open and transparent manner, you know, the way I think, you know, and I've allowed staff to express their views, to be innovative, to contribute without any fear. And I don't want to say I'm not aware of all the other challenges that they have in the organization that we haven't been able to deal with to their satisfaction, unfortunately. But from where I sit, I would say I've tried my best to run the organization in a proper manner. Of course, I'm not doing it alone. There are other players. And if important players in this are not assisting, are not helping in driving the values of the organization, then we pick up problems, as we have seen.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
I'm just a bit worried about you mentioning the commissioners. I don't know whether I heard you correctly that we might have coined some terms or names
No, I was
with
raising,
reference to you.
yes, I was raising the issue of being called powerful, you know. I think that was mentioned, and we spoke about it yesterday, I guess. I remember when we, in closing, and I think we found each other on that. I'm comfortable, but those were the issues for me.
Mr. Commissioner, perhaps I can assist. I initiated this debate on powerful, having the CIO and the CEO in one position is powerful, and it was picked up by the Commission, but not on the basis that you are powerful.
Okay, I'm all right with that.
Yeah, just in terms of paragraph 467, and if I can recall, Ms. Menye said that the budgeting, the budget or the budgeting process, that you collect pricing material, you know, you do a budget, but it's not something which is approved, but you collect information about the systems and whatever the equipment, and the pricing. And it's then after that, then you can present a proper budget. So I thought she said it was not really something to approve, but she was pre-planning that particular budget.
Maybe
you
there was
recall that, yeah?
maybe
Can
there
you
was a
recall?
misunderstanding, because one thing I know is that she was on this IT modernization project for a while, and she's presented to relevant committees seeking approval for the capital expenditure.
You are saying it's 1 billion rand.
Yes, as far as I can remember, it was
Yes,
1
and
billion
yes.
that she was asking for over a period of time.
Okay, and it went to sort of approval committees.
Yes, I remember it went through to the main committee that deals with IT, ICT, TC. Yes.
Okay. All right, so, okay, so, well, she said something different, but it's fine, I think we can check that. Okay.
Just for record purposes, I think that is 6231, that paragraph we were referring to.
Yes,
Renamed, yeah.
it's a typo. Apologies.
623, 6,
Yes.
0.1, okay.
If there's no further questions, Commissioners, we can proceed to read the paragraph 626, which is investigations by the Public Protector.
Mr.
Is there-
Commissioner,
is there anything that can be done with this?
we cannot proceed with this noise. Can we have a 5-minute adjournment that we can attend to that?
Must be James.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Commissioner, these are investigations by the Public Protector. The Public Protector has conducted several investigations, the allegations made by various people and so-called whistleblowers. The table is provided in the next page, provides a full chronology of investigations, which to date have been put to work under, that have put PIC work under a lot of pressure. I have personally suffered physically, emotionally, and mentally under these pressures. The stress that I have had to endure has also deeply affected my wife and children. I have provided a comprehensive response to these requests. The Public Protector investigations cover the period from Mr. Jonas as the chairperson, Mr. Buthelezi, and Mr. Gungubele. The PIC has not received feedback from the Public Protector on the status of some of these reports.
You don't need to read the actual reports, Dr. Matjila. I just want to ask you, though, when you say the Public Protector, there have been two. There's been Ms. Baronzela and Ms. Nkwabani. When you say the Public Protector has conducted several investigations,
Yeah.
is that one or the other or both?
It's the office, starting with the previous Public Protector and the current. So some of the work has been carried over to the new Public Protector.
No further questions.
I have no questions.
Question here is that, is there something maybe you are trying to tell us, or you are just saying there was just some pressure, or, I mean, is there something else, I mean, that you are trying to convey maybe? Because I couldn't think it through properly.
I was simply saying that the PIC has been under investigation. Some of these issues, that the Commission is dealing with here, has been dealt with elsewhere. you know, there are other parties who have been working on them, in other words, you know. But we haven't received feedback
Any
on some of
feedback?
them, yeah.
Okay.
The only feedback, if I remember, is the one on Sibia about this 32 million, if my memory serves me well. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we must think about this and see whether we can talk to the public protector then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Advocate?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, through you, we have tried to get some cooperation with the public protector without success.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But are you able to say which matters are being dealt by the public protector that we are dealing with?
If I'm quick, I think there's SNS refinery, as an example. The issue of bonuses has been dealt with. The whole James Nugu allegations, Commissioner.
Sec oil? Sec oil?
Sakwile as
Would be
well.
there, yeah.
In the past, Sakwile has been looked at. The allegations of Mr. Holomisa, or the complaint by Mr. Holomisa.
Yes. I saw that. The Afric oil, I think.
Yes,
The
Afric
Afric
oil.
with Zwelim Kize Afric oil.
That's right, yeah.
And then the SNS.
The SNS, and as I said, the whole James Nugu allegations from MST to bonus payments,
Okay.
to victimization, to promotion, that lengthy one, and my so-called son, and so on, all Litlo, they were all investigated by the public protector.
Mr. Commissioner, the complaints lodged with the public protector are all covered by the terms of reference of this commission. All of them.
I think we're getting to recommendations. Are there some things that you need to highlight there? Yeah, we'll go back to transactions. I just want to finish this part.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner. I'll go
Just
to...
give me a moment, just give me a moment. What do council suggest? Do we go to transactions now, or shall we simply complete recommendations?
I think we'll go to transactions.
Yeah.
We can start off with transactions, Mr. Commissioner.
Let's do that.
So we go back to page 136, paragraph 387, dealing with the independent media group and Sagamata transactions. 136, paragraph 387.
Yeah, we can start. Are you fine?
Thank you, Commissioner. The chairman of Sekunjalo Consortium, Sekunjalo, Dr. Iqbal Seve, approached me in early 2012 to test if the PIC could fund Sekunjalo to acquire 100% of the business of independent news media, South Africa, Pty Ltd, which we'll call INMSA, from Independent News Media PLC, INMM. I advised him to provide me with a formal investment information memorandum, which I passed on to the private equity team to evaluate. I must stress that once I have handed over a transaction to the deal team, I don't get involved in the transaction until the transaction team advises me that they are ready to take the transaction to the next stage. In terms of the due diligence practice, the PIC did not issue any letter of support because a competitive bidding process was being run by Investec on behalf of the seller, INM. On 26 July 2012, Sekunjalo made an unsolicited offer of 2.2 billion to INM, the seller. The price was based on the 2011 audited financial statement on an earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization EBITDA basis of 373 million rands, South African rands, and an enterprise value, EV EBITDA of multiple of 5.9 times. The seller did not entertain the offer, and it expired accordingly. Sekunjalo was not the only bidder that approached the PIC, albeit the first to do so. In other words, approached the PIC for financing. The other was Blueprint Consortium, led by Mr. Gruvin Shabeling and advised by HSBC. I understand there were 20 bidders in total. A Chinese group advised by Standard Bank, Mr. Patrice Musipe, Mr. Robert Gumede, a journalist at INMSA, a group of journalists at INMSA led by Ms. Nkroti, and the Gupta family through the New Age, TNA, as well as various private equity groups. Sekunjalo won the preferred bidder status, following which they commenced with due diligence. A potential competition breach was identified, and furthermore, the normalized EBITDA for year 31st December 2012 came down to 272, which was below forecast. Sekunjalo revised its offer to 2 billion. The PIC then issued Sekunjalo with an expression of support subject to PIC internal processes, including due diligence by the PIC. Sekunjalo made a proposal for the PIC to breach the 2 billion consideration required while it was concluding a capital raise from other investors, including Interacom, a Chinese media company. Once the capital was raised, the PIC will have an exposure of less than 1 billion, inclusive of the 25% equity. I now discuss the governance processes involved in this transaction, in the approval of the transaction. On the 4th of February 2013, the Portfolio Management Committee on Listed Investments, having completed necessary due diligence, resolved to recommend the transaction to the IC as follows. An irrevocable approval to invest 2 billion plus 40 million rands towards due diligence, costs and advisory fees, and for the purchase of 100% of Independent News Media South Africa. To implement the financing structure where PIC will advance shareholder loans of 1.3 billion to Independent News Media South Africa, INMSA, to take up 35% equity in INMSA and provide a loan of 500 million to Sekunjalo to acquire an equity stake in INMSA. The IC at its meeting of the 6th of February 2013 gave an in-principle approval on the basis that the transaction does fit the mandate and will recommend the transaction to the board, provided that the board deliberate and adjudicate on the reputational risk issues. There should be no material changes in the audited financial statement for 2012 financial year. personal sureties provided by the key sponsor for the PIC loan of 500 million to the Sekunjalo Consortium. The board accepts the recommendation of the IC. The PIC presented the proposal to the GPF on the 21st of February 2013 because the 2 billion exposure needed approval as per new limits they had imposed in their mandate to the PIC in response to the collapse of AfriSam. The GPF expressed discomfort with the exposure even though it was within the limits prescribed in the new private placement memorandum, PPM. Their concern was that the asset was in a sector that had a bleak future. Although GPF were not supportive of the deal, their view was that the PIC can make a decision as long as the exposure does not exceed 2 billion. The board met on the 22nd of February to discuss the recommendation of IC. It did not support the proposal but decided that the transaction team should pursue a revised proposal based on a lower price and a possible investment in a secure instrument such as debt with another investor sharing the risk in equity. The revised proposal, when ready, can be submitted to the board directly. The board met again on the 11th of March 2013 to consider a revised transaction from the transaction team. After a deliberation on the merits and demerits of the transaction, the board finally approved a maximum of 1.44 billion investment into INMSA as follows. Direct PIC equity of 25% for 167 million into INMSA. Shareholder loan to INMSA of 773 million redeemable redeemable at an IRR of 15% per annum, secured by assets of INMSA ranking below the senior debt facilities and other rights. Equity loan to Sekunjalo of 500 million at 6 months Johannesburg Interbank borrowing average rate, JIBAR, plus a margin of 7 to 9%. Secured by a 150 million corporate guarantee from Sekunjalo Investment Holdings, a majority shareholder in Sekunjalo Consortium, with all shares in INMSA held by Sekunjalo ceded to the PIC as security, as well as other step-in rights to be negotiated. The balance of 600 million senior debt must be raised from banks on the back of a PIC guarantee within 6 months, and an introduction of staff incentive scheme, and the current CEO agreeing to remain. As part of its capital raise to reduce PIC exposure, Sekunjalo approached the China Africa Development Fund, CAT Fund, a private equity fund that has been investing in the continent. The CAT Fund, through Interacom, took up a 20% equity in INMSA plus senior debt. An amount of 397 million was repaid to the PIC and thus reduced the total exposure to 888.3 million rands. The media reports that the PIC had invested 2 billion were false. The final exposure after the entry of a new investor was less than $1 billion. The loans and claims were as follows. We've put a table on the next page, Commissioner. The instrument direct equity, 25% in NMSA for amount of 237 million. In the beginning, 71 million was repaid and the next exposure was 166 million. And this was supposed to be exited in 7 years. Shareholder loan from PIC to INMSA of 183 million, which would mature on the 16th of August 2020. Term loan from PIC to Sekunjalo of 571.9 million, of which 325 was repaid and the balance was 253.933 million to be repaid on the 16th of August 2018. And the pref shares from PIC Renewable to the value of 285 million. This would mature in 29th of August 2021. So the total loans and claims would be 883.3 million. That is the exposure. This transaction attracted significant media attention. The Gupta family had previously failed in their bid, and it was common cause that the family continued to want a stake in the investment. After completing the transaction, I later learned that they had an option to buy 27.5% of INMSA from Sekunjalo, which was agreed at the time Sekunjalo was looking for investment partners. I was concerned with the idea of possibly assisting or allowing the Guptas to boost their propaganda machinery by taking up a shareholding in INMSA. Had they obtained any shareholding in INMSA, it would have narrowed participation in the media space and seriously increased the risk of both diminishing competition and the risk of breach of competition law by the PIC. So I was totally against the idea and refused their participation. Subsequently, we observed that most media houses experienced a drop in government business, with INMSA being the hardest hit. The asset has...
Sorry, some clarification here. Just on the table, in terms of the 25% in the equity, you say the maturity date is 7 years. I don't understand that in an equity is the
No,
maturity.
in other words, the idea was to exit in 7 years.
In 7 years.
Yeah, it's an exit,
Which will be what, 2020, I think.
which will be
Next year.
2020, next
2020,
year. Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
And then the second one, shareholder loan, does it bear any, the interest? Any interest?
It has to be redeemed at an IRR of 15% per annum.
Okay, but it's
Which
not
is an
charged.
implied interest rate,
At
cost
the
of funding.
end, at the end is not sort of ongoing payments in the interest
Absolutely, no ongoing payments, but it
Okay.
has to be redeemed at 15%
per annum.
IRR
IRR.
Yeah.
Complete. Okay.
Yeah.
At the end of the period.
at the end of the period,
Okay.
Commissioner.
All right. And then the term loan expires in August last year, actually.
Yes,
The repayment.
yes. it-
Total, sort of 100% of the
Absolutely, the
okay.
253 million
Okay. All right.
was supposed to be repaid last
Yes.
year.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. And the prefs, of course, 2021 then, yeah.
That's correct.
The prefs are in 2021.
That's correct.
Do they
Commissioner.
carry any preference dividends?
Yes, I don't have the percentage, but they would have a dividend.
Some pref dividends?
Yes,
And were they paid, sort of repaid? Do you know the preference dividends?
They are only due in 2021.
Or the whole sort of the capital amount plus
Plus
the
interest, yes.
the
It's
prefs,
rolling
yeah.
up. I think the interest was rolling up.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
it's retro-
They were not supposed to be paid on an ongoing basis.
That's my understanding.
It's sort of a roll-up
Yes,
of the pref dividends. Is that
that
what
is
you're
my
saying?
understanding of the instrument.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I proceed? Okay. The asset has performed very poorly in terms of financial returns in line with other media, print media companies. For example, Tiso Black's Group is down 72%, Caxton Publishers 50% from 2014 to date. On the social return side, I strongly believe that the investment has facilitated transformation and localization of one of the oldest and the largest newspaper groups in the country. It is contributing to democracy by keeping citizenry informed as expected from a media company. This has a direct impact on the economy, which of course is the driver of investment performance in client portfolios. The INMSA has not been able to meet its obligations due to a tough operating environment. I understand that Sekunjalo Investment has funded most of the working capital so far. Sekunjalo approached the PIC as early as 2017 September with a proposal to restructure the loans and claims that are due and payable to the PIC. The PMC, it's a mistake, there's a mistake that I think it's the 31st of October 2017, a copy of which is attached and marked DD 58, discussed the proposal from Sekunjalo Investment Holding Pty Ltd, SIM. SIM proposed to acquire all the shares and loans claims that PIC has in Sekunjalo in exchange for shares in a new company to be listed named Sagamata. This would provide the PIC with an exit from INMSA. This new company was expected to have a primary listing on the JSE and a secondary listing on the Hong Kong and New York stock exchanges. SIM presented the offer to the PIC whereby all equity and loan claims to the amount of 1.55 billion were to be converted to shares in Sagamata at the listing price to be published in the pre-listing statement. The table below summarizes the offer to the PIC. So the amount invested, as we said before, was 88.3 billion, and the valuation was about 1.3 billion of all the loans and claims. And SIM offer, the Sekunjalo offer, was for 1.5 billion rand worth of shares in the new listing. The PIC counter offer was for the conversion of 334 million equity, in other words, only the equity component in INMSA, into equity in Sagamata, and all loans and claims be settled at their amortized values as at the 30th of October 2017. The PIC counter offer allowed the PIC to fully exit the loans and pref shares with a return of 13%. Furthermore, the listed investment team would carry out its own analysis and assess appetite for the news listing. The PMC recommended the transaction to PEP's FIP for consideration. The PEP's FIP considered the proposal at its special meeting of the 6th of December 2017. A copy of the minutes and resolution is attached and marked DD 59. The FIP raised various issues around the proposal. The team highlighted that the offer is conditional on the PIC's participation in the listing of Sagamata and that there will be no cash payout but issuance of shares. The fifth requested the listed investment team should test the appetite of the IC even though the transaction falls within the delegated authority of PMC listed investments. The FIP approved the proposed offer for SIM to acquire PIC, all PIC shares and claims in IMSA and SIM subject to the exit not dependent on the listing of Sagamata. The requisite approval of board of directors and shareholders should be obtained. IC must confirm appetite for this transaction. This approval was reduced to an agreement signed by me on behalf of the PIC and concluded with SIM. One of the suspensive conditions of the agreement was the successful listing of Sagamata, which ultimately never happened, and therefore the agreement never became operational and lapsed. A copy of the agreement is attached and marked DD 16.
Just stop there. Commissioner, I think that we'll stop at that point in time. I don't have any questions.
Mr. Commissioner, my colleague, Mr. Matjila, will do the questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Dr. Matjila, may I start with the James Nogu emails? Did any director of the PIC investee company have an interest in the allegations made by James Nogu and Lishola against you?
Yes, Commissioner.
Who was that businessman?
It was Dr. Iqbal Seve.
Why did he have an interest in the allegations against you?
The issue of James Nogu was in the news, and he asked for a copy because his journalists wanted to write a story, were writing a story about it. an article about James Nogu, emails.
So the allegations were in the news. Why was it necessary for you to forward the emails to him? Because you forwarded the emails to him.
He wanted to see the emails because some other journalists had those emails already. That's why the story was in the news.
Okay, there is an email of the 8th of November 2017. That is email correspondence between you, Ms. Menye, and Mr. Simpiwe Maisela, which was marked strictly confidential. You also forwarded that email correspondence to him.
That's correct.
When did it lose its confidentiality?
Once it was in the newspapers that have been investigated by the SAPS. The case has been opened against me with the SAPS.
Okay. So you only, the case was investigated, I think it started in, is it October 2017? So it only became necessary for you to inform him about it on 8 November 2017.
Repeat the question, I didn't understand the question.
I mean, the issue of the case started in October 2017, if I remember correctly. And you only forwarded the emails to him on the 8th of November. Why didn't you forward them to him in October and instead did it on 8 November 2017?
He requested the information.
Okay. Let's go to the agreement that you referred to at paragraph 407 of your statement. The offer or the proposal, I understand, was made by Sekunjalo Independent Media. Am I correct?
Yes.
And if you look at the agreement, it's an agreement between PIC as representative of the GEPF and Sagarmatha. That's the agreement is Annexure DD 60 to your statement.
I think it's the one on the additional supplementaries. Okay, let's proceed. Yeah, I think we have it. It's in the supplementary bundle.
We've got it. We've got it.
Mr. Commissioner, I have it, but it's not, I don't have it as an annexure to Dr. Matjila's statement. It formed part of the annexures to Mr. Ndaza's statement.
We've got an unsigned one, if you remember. Yeah, I think I do have it. Just take it out.
Mr. Commissioner, the agreement that I'm referring to is the sale of shares and claims agreement.
Maybe we need a copy then.
Yes. Mr. Commissioner, may I just ask for a short adjournment? It looks like Dr. Matjila does not have it with
Yeah,
him.
but I'd like to know, are you talking about a different document to DD60?
Mr. Commissioner, the agreement that I understand to relate to the approval, the PEPS-FIP approval, is the sale of shares and claims agreement, unless I'm making a mistake.
Well, mine is headed payment agreement between Independent News and Media South Africa, etc., and Sekunjalo Independent Media and Government Employees Pension Fund. That's the document at DD60. That's
Okay.
not what you're referring to.
May I then ask for just a short adjournment so that we can make copies of the agreement that I'm referring to?
These annexures that we have.
I believe so, Mr. Commissioner.
I'm sure we can get us copies.
You let us know when you're ready.
signed it on the 13th of December 2017.
Yes.
That is some 6 days after the PEPS-FIP took that resolution.
That's right.
What was the basis for you signing that agreement?
Because the FIPS is happy that we can exchange loans and claims for shares in a company to be listed later on.
In which resolution did they say that? You say the FIPS was happy. Now, my question is, in which resolution did they say that? Because the only resolution that I'm aware of is the one of the 6th of December 2017.
Commissioner, what I know is that there was a discussion around this and acceptance of the exchange of our loans and claims, in other words, PIC, into equity of a new company to be listed at the later stage. This is just an agreement recording that desire. There's no listed company yet. This is just a desire to say if it lists, then we will subscribe for those shares at that point.
No, I think that the question is different. I suppose one should ask, was there a resolution that was passed in respect of this agreement? If so, where is it?
Commissioner, I'll have to look at it because I remember quite well this document here was prepared by the team. In fact, I was asking the evidence leader why he didn't invite Mr. Mervyn Muller, who was very much close to this thing here. He would give a much better view of the process and what led to the signing of this agreement. So I don't have all the information around me. In fact, if I look at this, Mr. Miller is the one who was completing the form. I only signed on it on the basis of their recommendation. So there would be some information somewhere that authorizes this, because this was even commissioned, I think, Commissioner, this sale agreement was prepared, as you can see, by a legal firm here, TGR, so we may need more information as to how we arrive at this.
But Dr. Matjila, that cannot be true, because on the 26th of January, and I didn't know that you were going to say this, on the 26th of January 2018, the same Mr. Mervyn Miller addressed a letter to Dr. Iqbal Saveh, where he dealt with or set out the approval by PEPS-FIP and set out the conditions precedent. And Mr. Commissioner, that letter was Annexure D to Mr. Ndasa's statement, if I may be permitted to read it into the record. It's addressed to Dr. Saveh. It reads as follows: Dear Dr. Saveh, and then the subject of the letter, approval letter in respect of the offer from Sekunjalo Independent Media Proprietary Limited to acquire all the shares and loan claims that the PIC has in and against Independent News and Media South Africa Proprietary Limited, and SIM. Then paragraph 1 reads as follows: We refer to your SIM's proposed offer to acquire all the shares and loan claims that the Public Investment Corporation SOC Limited has in and against INMSA and SIM, the offer. This letter serves to confirm that the PIC's Fund Investment Panel, FIP, has approved the offer, subject to the terms and conditions included in this letter. Paragraph 2. The key terms and conditions of the approval include and are not limited to: 1. PIC's 25% equity stake in Independent Media to be acquired at 100% premium to the price paid by PIC in Independent Media as at August 2013. 2. PIC's loan claims against independent media to be settled at amortized carrying value as at 31st December 2017. 3. PIC's preference shares in independent media to be settled at amortized carrying value as at 31 December 2017. 4. PIC's loan claims against SIM to be settled at amortized carrying value as at 31 December 2017. 5. The offer should be separate from the offer to acquire a stake in Sagarmatha and the PIC's acceptance to exit its investment in IMSA and SIM should not be conditional upon the PIC's participation in the listing of Sagarmatha. And 6. There should be compliance with all relevant company agreements prior to the implementation of the transaction. Paragraph 3 reads as follows. The PIC should be provided with the information pertaining to how SIM would fund the proposed offer. The PIC's approval of the offer is subject to negotiation and execution of all the requisite transaction documents for a transaction of this nature in a form and substance satisfactory to the PIC. Paragraph 4. Kindly note that this letter does not in itself constitute a contract and is only intended to inform you of the status of the application. Paragraph 5. If you require further information, please do not hesitate to contact Mr. Mervyn Miller at 012-742-3400 or mervyn.miller@pic.gov.za or Reabezwe Nosi on 012-742-3506 or reabezwe.nosi@pic.gov.za, and the letter is signed by Mr. Miller.
So sorry, what did you say? To which statement is that letter a copy? Or
It's Annexure D to Mr. Ndasa's statement.
We don't have a copy of that annexure, Mr. Commissioner.
You have a copy for the other side.
I will email the letter to the Secretariat for them to make copies, Mr. Commissioner.
But isn't one of our officials here who can be sent to go and make copies?
Where is that?
All right, are you able to proceed in the meantime?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner. I don't know if
Sorry,
Dr.
sorry, Mr. Monahela, just for clarity, because this is now two documents that we've got that relate to what would have been DD 60, is that correct? The one is the one you've just distributed to us, and the one that was in the file that we received from Dr. Matjila.
Yes.
So the one that is DD 60 in the file, what is the status of that document vis-a-vis the one you've just read?
I saw the document for the first time today because I didn't have that annexure. I'm not even sure because the annexure DD 60 that I saw is not signed.
Yeah, but it hasn't come up yet, has it? It's still coming up.
No, he has already dealt with it. That's at paragraph 407 of the statement.
Sorry, then perhaps through you, Mr. Monahela, perhaps Dr. Matjila's team can just tell us the status of DD 60 as it's unsigned and how it relates to this paragraph 407.
Sorry, go ahead, Okay. Commissioner, we presented this because I thought there would be another copy, signed copy of that, this DD60, you know, capturing the approval of the committee.
Yes, you say in the statement,
That-
this approval was reduced to an agreement signed by me
Yes.
on behalf of PIC, and then you refer
Exactly.
to DD60.
Yes. I mean, we could only get an unsigned copy.
I suppose the
because-
copy is not signed, copy that you could get.
Yes,
is
we could
unsigned.
get, yeah.
But you say you did sign.
I remember signing such because in this is just part of the negotiation around Sagamata. You can see this one starts in 2017, but it's undergoing several iteration and back and forth to a point where we eventually don't have a deal because Sagamata is not listed. But there is a lot of negotiations, portfolio committee. Some are referred to the FIP if the approval is within their delegated authority, or back to the PIC, back and forth in that way, you know, until, you know, we say Sagamata could not list.
The document that has now been given to us, the sale of shares and so on, that one you remember signing?
I remember this, and what I was trying to do is the motivation around signing, because this, I remember, would have been discussed at the PMC and agreed that if this is the nature of the exit, we will do it, but the company must list. This is subject to the listing. You know, that's why I understood it. We're not doing sales and claim on a company that does not exist, because even the share price is being mentioned here that it will list at about 39 rands. But listing within the PIC don't move from, in other words, we can't convert a company from unlisted to listed and simply pass it on to the listed team. There has to be concurrence. That's why there is this proposal which is subject to listing and the satisfactory, to the satisfaction of the listing team. They will do their own independent work, which they did. If there's no agreement on the price, this falls away, you know, because the listing doesn't happen. So that's the nature of the negotiations around the exit of independent news media.
When you say this one falls away, you mean the
This
one
one that-
prepared by
that-
TGR?
Absolutely, it falls away because this is the exit for the unlisted team. I think this is something that the commission has to look at as well. The operation, how the unlisted team and the listed team operates, you know, because they may have conflicting interests at some point, but for the same client. The unlisted team wants to sell at the highest price. Normally, everyone wants to sell at the highest price. The listed team, if there is a price, it has to be the lowest possible, or something that, the price that is acceptable to them, in other words. So that's always what needs to be balanced.
Mr. Monahela will take that further. In the meantime, can we give this document, this later document, a reference? Can we put it as DD 60.1?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
Right, it's DD 60.1. You may carry on then.
Yes. Dr. Matjila, you said Mr. Mervyn Miller would have advised you on that agreement.
Yeah, the team would have advised me on this agreement.
Now, the question that I have is, if he had done so, why would he then write a letter to Dr. Survey and stating the conditions that were proposed by the PEPS firm?
Commissioner, as I said, there are several iterations to this. There have been other meetings that are not captured and negotiations around trying to exit this. This as well obviously was not accepted eventually, and it fell away because the next committee said, we can understand this. The IC said, but let them rather pay us cash for all the loans and claims. That's what eventually was put on the table, as I explained here. So this is still part of negotiation. It's not a final document that binds the PIC in any other form or otherwise.
No, but the PEPS firm had made a resolution. Mr. Miller was merely carrying out or communicating what the PEPS firm resolution was.
He did that, I accept, Commissioner. And subsequently, the same committee said the listed team must be tested and IC must be tested for appetite, which is another step. That's why I'm saying this was not final, because this is the FIP that says we can do this as a FIP. And you can write and communicate the decision of the FIP. But the FIP, at the same time, is referring to the transaction to the IC to say, test appetite. And because this is now the unlisted team, the listed team as well has to kick in to assess if this will work for them. So there's another stage. This is not final, as I explained here. There has been several stages to a point where eventually there was no deal because certain conditions were not met.
But Dr. Matjila, the contents of that letter relates to the PIC's exit from independent media, which was an unlisted company. Do you agree?
I agree.
So the listed investments team were going to deal with the proposed investment in Sagarmatha, which was going to be listed.
Yes.
Those are two different things.
Commissioner, these are not two different things. The exit here is a listing of a company called Sagarmatha, and this is the values that the PIC says they are prepared to convert at if there is such a listing, in essence.
Sorry, just on clarity, I didn't understand that to be the case. If I look at the resolution, it says, and the letter reiterates that, it tells you all of how to do it. The offer should be separate from any offer to acquire stake in Sagarmatha, and the PIC's acceptance to accept its investment in IMSA and SIM should not be conditional upon the PIC's participation in the listing of Sagarmatha. So there were two distinct questions here. This was the offer of coming out of independent media at whatever, which from your statement linked the two, that it was, you were going to go into Sagarmatha and in essence, as Mr. We'll come back to that just now, I'll come back to that just now. But in essence, there were two distinct questions. This is how we could come out of independent media commitments, and this is what would happen, but it cannot be linked to the Sagarmatha listing, is the decision. Whether or not then there's a Sagarmatha listing, it says that should then be submitted in and of its own right for consideration and see if there's a PIC investment, if there's a PIC appetite. So the way I would understand it is that if Sekonjalo then felt that the two were intertwined, then it should reply and say, with these preconditions, then the independent media offer falls away because it's dependent upon Sagarmatha. That's the way I would have read the document so far.
Yeah.
The two are interconnected in Sekonjalo's approach.
Yeah.
The PIC's decision was they should not be connected, and therefore if there's an offer to independent media, it's got to stand alone, and if there's a Sagarmatha listing, it's got to come and be presented to see if there's a PIC appetite.
Yeah.
That's my understanding of the deal.
Yeah. I think, Commissioner, you're right. I think this is always a challenge of receiving documents, at short notice here. I don't know how we implore the team here to provide us with information so our responses are a lot more coherent and we don't waste time of the commission here. But the commissioner is right, because this PEPS is saying that we are fine, we can accept the proposal of settlement, provided that it's not linked, so they need cash, it must be separated. And at the same time, they say, go and test, let the other team do its work, and most importantly, also IC to test appetite. I think that was part of the decision here. So Mervyn Miller was simply saying, we met, the committee met, we know we have this document here, which we said if you list, we will consider that, but the committee is saying a different thing. It says, these two matters must be separate. Listing and settlement must be separated. And this is the letter. But at the same time, that FIP on that day said, IC must have a look at this to test appetite, and also the listed team must do their own work
They didn't
independently.
quite say that.
Yeah.
They said, according to the resolution 8226, in the event that the Sagarmatha listing occurs, in the event that it occurs, this is your DD 59. It's your DD 59. So paragraph 822.6. In the event that the Sagarmatha listing occurs, the transaction team should then present the transaction to the investment committee to test the PIC's appetite. That's different from saying it must come back to that. It's saying if the listing occurs, you can come back. So it's slightly different from there, and obviously I'm reading from the text which you didn't have in front of you, but it is there. So I think just for the clarity, Mr. Monahela, these are two very distinctly different, if you like, preconditions.
Yes.
They are not linked.
Not at all.
The PIC is very clear that independent media needs to be settled, and Sagarmatha, should it list, can come back for consideration.
And the PEPS FIP made it clear that, and when I go through the PEPS FIP resolution, it's clear from that resolution that they required independent SIM to pay cash.
Yeah. That's what is captured. That's correct.
Dr. Matjila, I would like to go back to the question that I asked you earlier. What was the basis for you signing this agreement, the sale of shares and claims agreement, on the 13th of December 2017?
There was a proposal to convert our shares into Sagarmatha shares to be listed at some point. This is the essence of this agreement.
And do you agree with that on the 6th of December 2017, the PEPS FIP decided that the PIC's exit should be separate from the offer to acquire a stake in Sagarmatha, and that the PIC's acceptance to exit its investment in Independent Media South Africa and Sekunjalo Independent Media should not be conditional upon the PIC's participation in the listing of Sagarmatha?
That's correct.
Are you then saying that there were two contrary, or the proposal that was made later was contrary to the decision or resolution that had been taken by the PEPS FIP?
Yes, because the FIP felt that there has to be settlement in cash, and the two separated.
Who made the proposal that you referred to?
Who made the proposal to whom?
You said there was a proposal after the PEPS FIP's resolution. Who did the proposal come from?
Which PIP resolution are you talking about this? Sorry, Commissioner.
I'm
Apologies.
referring to the PEPS FIP resolution of 6 December 2017, which made it clear that the PIC's exit from independent media should not be subject to the PIC subscribing for shares in Sagamata?
I don't understand the question, Commissioner.
Dr. Matjila, I asked you a question. What was the basis for you signing that agreement? And you referred to a proposal.
This agreement was signed on the 14th of December 2017.
You signed it on the 13th.
The 13th of December 2017.
Yes. And it made it clear that the PIC's exit from independent media should not be subject to the PIC subscribing for shares in Sagamata. Do you agree?
I don't understand, Commissioner. I'll have to look at this. Again, I'm extremely uncomfortable responding to things that I see now. I need to get more information as to why this was signed. What is the rationale, so I can be able to explain properly. At this stage, we're working with dates only, but there may be information in between that led to this.
I think that would be very helpful, because we're really dealing with 3 attachments, if I'm correct.
Exactly.
And Mr. Monahela, you'll help us. It's DD 59, which
Yes.
is the resolutions taken by the FIPS, by the committee on the 6th of December.
Yes.
Then there is the signing of this agreement with Sagamata, which contradicts the decisions or the resolutions of that's DD 59.
Yes.
And that, because that's signed with Sagamata when there was the agreement that it should not be linked.
Yes.
And then there is what was the original DD 60, which is, as you've said earlier, maybe you've got a signed copy, this one was unsigned, of the work in progress. So I think if you needed to look at that, Dr. Matjila and Edward Monahela, it's those 3 documents that we need clarity on what happened there.
Yes. And I have a problem with Dr. Matjila saying that he doesn't understand the question. The PEPSIB resolution is attached to his own statement. And I'm saying to him that the PEPSIB had taken a resolution that the PIC's exit from independent media should not be subject to the PIC subscribing for shares in Sagamata.
Sorry, if I can understand you properly, Edward Monahela, the resolution says you can't, and the document you've just circulated to all of us, DD 61, shows a signing with Sagamata as part of the deal.
And although it purports to be a sale of shares and claims agreement, it's in fact a share swap agreement. Now, my question to Dr. Matjila is, what was the basis for him signing the agreement? I believe that, and he referred to a proposal, that there was a proposal. My question is, who did the proposal come from?
Mr. Commissioner, can I just interject at this point in time? I think that Dr. Matjila, in all fairness, has only just been given this documentation. He's indicated that he's not in a position to deal with it because it was only given at short notice. And what has happened is that he said that he needs to think about these events and reconcile them in his mind as to how this particular document came to be signed. And I must also just place it on record, Commissioners, that it's only under certain special circumstances that a witness can be cross-examined. And my learned friend's questioning is bordering very close on cross-examination of Dr. Matjila, especially when he suggests to Dr. Matjila that he's being untruthful with the Commission as he has. So unless there's going to be an application by the evidence leader for the cross-examination of Dr. Matjila, our position is that the questioning needs to be a lot less robust than what it is at this point in time.
Yeah, all right, let me hear what Mr. Monahela wants to say.
Mr. Commissioner, I'm just here to, as the evidence leader, to establish the truth. And I don't know why my learned friend says I'm suggesting that Dr. Matjila is untruthful. But I'm willing to give Dr. Matjila an opportunity to go through the agreement, and we can go back to deal with the agreement tomorrow.
That's fine, but I just want to say you must be maybe a little softer, not in terms of your voice, but avoid the appearance of cross-examination of the witness. Now,
Yes.
I'm not sure what's going to happen now with regard to what Mr. Rulof has said about Dr. Matjila wanting to have a look at the documents that were made available that have just been made available to him. Don't you think it's only fair that he has time to study the document and
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, in fact, I said that we can go back to the agreement tomorrow. We can deal with it tomorrow. And Mr. Commissioner, my colleague has just referred to me to the rules of this commission, Rule 3.2, which reads as follows. A member of the commission's legal team may put questions to a witness whose evidence is presented to the commission by the commission's legal team, including questions aimed at assisting the commission in assessing the truthfulness of the evidence of a witness. Subject to the directions of the chairperson, the commissioner's legal team may ask leading questions.
does that help you?
It does, Mr. Commissioner.
No, but it says nothing about cross-examination. All I'm saying is that tone down so that it is not suggested that you're now cross-examining the witness. Sure, you are here to help placing the truth before this commission. But there's a little difference between that and then cross-examining a witness. That's what the complaint is about.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, maybe it is because maybe he said that because I'm not soft, like the commissioner said, I should be soft.
Yes. All right. I've made the point that just make sure you do not sort of go over to cross-examining the witness. Now, what is the position now with regard? Will you go on to something else and then come back to the question of these documents and their contradictory nature?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner. Dr. Matjila, may we go to the...
Can we just make this copy of this letter of 26 January 2018, DD 60.2?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
DD 60.2.
Can I just interrupt here with my cracked voice, Mr. Commissioner? And I'm not trying to assist my junior, Mr. Monahela. He's big enough to do that. But I just want to place it on record that all documentation was available for Dr. Matjila and his legal team, because these witnesses, where this documentation come from, they have testified. And Dr. Matjila was requested coming here to deal specifically with these investments. But I'm not also criticizing Dr. Matjila, but I just want to place on record that from the legal team's perspective, we've given our full cooperation to assist Dr. Matjila to come prepared to the Commission.
I accept that. It might just be a question of not knowing which documents are going to be used.
Absolutely fair enough, and we have no objection to Dr. Matjila having an opportunity and his counsel to have a look at that.
That's precisely the point, Mr. Commissioner. There are hundreds of documents that are sometimes available concerning a particular transaction. It's very difficult for Dr. Matjila to spot which ones the evidence leaders are going to use in order to ask him questions about.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I thought that Dr. Matjila was aware of Mr. Chifang, Mr. Ndasa's evidence before this commission, but I'm not trying to justify us not giving him the documents.
I think, Commissioner,
I'm not saying he wasn't aware of Ndatsa's evidence. It's just a matter of which documents are going to be used at what stage of, the evidence to be heard.
Commissioner, we actually even requested annexures to statements that implicate me from the commission. We did ask for that. We didn't receive this one and others that have been produced at short notice in this commission.
Anyway, that's fine, but suffice to say that statements are also available on the website of the Commission, so the statements are available, but let's not debate that. Let's leave it there.
The problem was the annexures, Commissioner. You're 100% correct, but the annexures are missing. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Dr. Matjila, may I just ask you a question on the issue of transaction fees? You say in paragraph 393.1 of your statement, and that's the PMC unlisted. You said they had completed necessary due diligence and resolved to recommend the transaction to the IC as follows: 393.1, an irrevocable approval to invest 2 billion rand plus 40 million rand towards due diligence costs and advisory fees, and for the purchase of 100% of IMSA. Were the transaction costs or fees approved by the PIC?
As far as I can remember, this was the proposal. The final proposal, I can't remember because it was a lesser amount. I'm sure the team or the PIC can give us the breakdown of the final transaction value as well as related fees to that. I don't have information around the fees. As I explained, I don't get into that detail in terms of fees and so on.
Okay. Now, we know, and Mr. Benedict Mangalo testified before this commission, that independent news and media, South Africa, was struggling. And he said something about it being in the sunset industry. And the GEPF was not comfortable with investment in the company. Why did the PIC invest in the company despite the fact that there were problems?
Commissioner, this transaction went through investment committee, or it started with PMC, investment committee, and the board of the PIC, which eventually approved it. And for various reasons that we've given, from mandate feed that they saw, its impact in the economy, the transformation imperative that this transaction is driving. And they were clear upfront to say the returns may not be good, financial returns, but they meet the mandate. The most important one is the impact on the economy, on which the bigger portfolio depended. That was the motivation for an approval.
Mr. Commissioner, I have no further questions on independent media, subject to the arrangement that we will return to the agreement tomorrow.
Yes, noted.
Dr. Matjila, what we're going to do then is deal with independent media up to the points where we're now dealing with the different documents and the agreements. Okay, so we're going to go back and ask some questions around that. Is that okay?
Okay.
If we go back to the beginning, I would start with this question that we're on 394.3. The the investment committee asked for personal surety. Personal surety is provided by the key sponsor. Whose personal surety was that? That was given? 394.3?
That will be Dr. Irbal Sebe.
So he would have given personal surety for R500 million.
I don't know what the final figure was, but there was such. I think he put forward a balance sheet.
But
again, we'll have to check the details because there was a negotiation, but I think he put forward the balance sheet to the extent of 150 million.
okay, but that would have been personal surety, not any company.
I think it was finally a company. I'm not quite sure about that.
Can we
Commissioner.
check, because personal surety I would have read as being an individual, not a company. Perhaps you could advise us, Advocate Libba, whether that could be a company that stands surety which
It's
you
noted.
signed for.
Noted.
Okay. And that, then we look at 295 and 296. And again, I'm looking at the comments that have been made during your testimony about listening and hearing your advisors and people's comments. If you looked at it, the GPF expressed discomfort with the exposure, even though it was within the limits prescribed in terms of the PPM. Their view was the PIC can make a decision as long as the exposure doesn't exceed the 2 billion, but they expressed their discomfort. If you take the board meeting, it equally did not support the proposal and asked the transaction team should pursue a revised proposal based on lower price, a possible investment. And then if you looked at its agreement on the 11th of March 2013, they approved a maximum of 1.44 billion investment into independent media, but they set out fairly stringent conditionalities in relation to that. And I wasn't sure what was meant by 397.3, what it would be intended, as well as other step-in rights to be negotiated. Were those other step-in rights negotiated and finalized?
This would form the part of the legal agreement, would be captured in the
So it
legal
would be
agreement.
captured in that, and it was done?
Yeah, I think
as
so,
step-in
yes.
rights.
Yeah.
Because the question I'm asking you, given that it is an advice from Mr. Mongalo as your team saying, look, this is a risk investment. Your board saying we're concerned, we are discomforted by it, we put in conditions. The GPF equally expressing discomfort. The fact that, I know it's now after the fact, but after the fact this loan has never been serviced.
Yeah.
That given all of the concerns there and the fact that the loan has never been serviced, how do you think about it in a sense of saying, should you have listened more carefully? Because this is an investment, and again, I would link it to a point you make about, there are 2 points. One in 400, where you say that you were was looking for investment partners. And I'm quoting here, I was concerned with the idea of possibly assisting or allowing the Guptas to boost their propaganda machinery by taking a shareholding in independent media. And then your comment in 401, it is contributing to democracy by keeping the citizenry informed as expected from a media company. What was your thinking in both the concerns expressed by those advising you and taking decisions, and the point about taking a stake in media? Because if we wanted to keep concerned, why only independent media? Why not a whole lot of other media houses to ensure they were all in difficulty, as you've pointed out, to ensure that they would all be sustainable to provide the information to the South African citizenry? You focused on one independent media house.
Commissioner, what's very important to understand here is that we're taking transaction to committees that approve. And the committee can say no, or the committee can say go ahead and do this thing, provided you achieve this and this. It can't look like I decided to go and do the transaction on my own. There is a committee. So there's a committee that's supposed to take collective responsibility for this transaction and not Dan Matjila alone. I think that needs to be understood that way. This is the decision of the board.
The question with it is, accepting, what I'm raising is that whether it's you in your different role, CIO at that time, I'm assuming you were still the CIO at that time, not the CEO in 2012-13.
I was the CIO.
You were the CIO, and therefore you play a key role in that recommendation as the Chief Investment Officer. What I'm asking is that given the responses to you, did you not look at it and say, okay, if we look at media, maybe we need a broader investment in media. We are concerned that media is in a risk situation across the board, as you've pointed out. And there are people looking at propaganda, etc. I understand what you're raising about committees, but as a Chief Investment Officer, you have a particular role and responsibility within those committees and within your relations to the board, etc. So what I'm asking is that, did you reconsider this? And then if you say in 402, the independent media has not been able to meet its obligations to a tough operating environment, you knew that from the outset. You knew from the outset this was a difficult circumstance for media.
Yeah. Commissioner, again, it's the nature of the investment. It's a guessing game. You may guess quite well and indeed be proven right. You may be wrong. You know, so that's the nature of investments. We wouldn't know. Today, we may look like we would have known that things are not going to work out, but based on probabilities and the value proposition that was put forward to us at that time, based on the digital strategy that was put in front of us at that time, because we didn't say print media is a dying media, we understand that, but what are the mitigants against that? And a comprehensive digital strategy was put forward to mitigate that over time. And we bought into that strategy, coupled with transformation and others. And the board agreed with that. Despite reservation, they approved the transaction on that basis. So I'm again reluctant to take, you know, full responsibility when there was a committee that dealt with this thing and never raised. Although they raised questions, they were happy for the transaction to go through. It was in their right to say, don't do the transaction, and that's it. We wouldn't have done the transaction.
I'm going to come back to something you said the other day, which was that the board has never rejected a recommendation from the investment committee. So they may have the right, but they obviously defer to the investment committee. But in 402, independent media has not been able to meet its obligations due to a tough operating environment. Are you condoning their non-payment? Have you taken measures for them to service this debt?
We have, including the restructuring that's in place. It was part of an attempt to deal with the problem. I mean, companies do restructure their balance sheet or move into other areas of business that they believe they can add more value. And their proposal was about that. Inability, there was no cash, clearly, for them to settle the obligations. And you can even see in the final proposal that was accepted that the committee was saying, well, there's no chance that we'll get full money back, but let them pay a certain amount to show that there is commitment towards settlement of these loans and obligations.
If you looked at Mr. Molabatse's statement, he said before the commission that one of the issues that he had was that, and he's relating back to the Sagamatha issue, that some of the cash raised from the IPO of Sagamatha, is it Sagamatha? Yes, I think it's Sagamatha, would be used to in essence, buy independent media shares from the PIC. And the way he put it was, in effect, this would mean that the exit from the PIC, from independent media, would be funded by the PIC. And that was one of the concerns that was raised. Is that something that you understood from the agreements and the approvals, that this is what would happen?
Yeah, I think it's the two stages here. First, the transaction was to convert loans and claims only in independent news media. In other words, convert into the whole consideration. I think it was about 1.5 billion that they were looking at into a new listing. And the IC said, we don't want to see that. I think this must be separate. The two things must be completely separated. And the proposal was that independent news media should settle all their loans and obligation in cash, and Sagamata be looked at independently. And I think that's what happened, ultimately.
The essence of it is that there's still been no servicing of the independent media's debt to the PIC.
Yeah, when I left, they had not paid.
They had not paid and still have not paid.
Proposal on the table, and
yeah.
We even wrote a default letter. I did sign a default letter.
I've seen that letter. You've sent them a default letter. But the question for then is, does this just then, at the end of 2018 when you left, does this simply continue 2013 to 2018, 5 years of non-service, yet you have engaged with other entities and worked with other entities with the same group? Was there not a question that says, if we're going to do that, this has to be settled? It's not a small amount, 888 million rand.
Yeah, it's not a small amount, we accept that, but we are dealing here with two transactions that are different. One is subscribing
Four transactions. Premier Fishing, IO, Sagamata, and Independent Media.
Yes. Yeah, same group. I agree with that.
As far as I can go at the moment, thanks.
Right, I've got a couple of questions here. Paragraph 401, I just want to check, just in terms of, I mean, we know that the media, especially the print media, has suffered quite a lot in the past couple of years. If you know the weakness of this group versus Tiso, Blackstar, and Kexton, which one has fallen the most broadly? Do you know, can you remember? When you compare those three groups?
It's quite difficult because independent is unlisted. Independent is unlisted, yes. You know. Yes. So, but for all intents and purposes, if we had to do an analysis of the company, the value, you may say that the equity there is fully impaired.
Yes.
Yeah. Versus here where there is still a 72% and 13%. In other words, in Tiso Blackstar, if you think of it, there is still 13% that is left, right?
Still there.
Yeah, it's still there. The other one is half, yeah. And so on and so forth, you know. Yeah. So, yeah, so they are in different,
yes.
You know, stages. I would say independent news media probably has been hit the hardest.
The hardest, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. Then coming to the point then that, would you say then maybe, you know, the turnaround plan didn't work as well as it was, you know, kind of thought of or proposed?
In other
words, given that the industry has fallen this part, but the paper has fallen far more.
Yeah, I think here it's more to do with the focus of the strategy, because the value proposition at that time was to drive digital media quite aggressively.
Yes, yes.
You know, but it needed money to do that. It needed cash to drive that strategy.
Yes.
And I don't think they had enough capital, because then all of a sudden the environment was such that they needed to inject more working capital into maintaining the independent news media, the print side, spending a lot of money instead of putting a lot more into digital and therefore growing or quickly transitioning into a new platform. I think they were slow in moving into that space.
Yes, but when the PIC put money there, didn't the PIC know that they might require further capital
Not at that point.
at that point?
Not at that point. Remember, the biggest hit here, which we don't get into detail, is the government business that simply dried up in some of these companies. I think even Tiso Blackstar was hit pretty hard once it appears the new age, got unfair advantage in government business, and most of these papers that depended on government suffered quite severely.
Okay, so you don't think that maybe the problems came because of other things besides the industry and maybe the government business drying up, say the management of the newspaper?
I don't think there was necessarily a problem with management. I think what dried up was the actual revenues that were coming out of government advertising others, which would have given them the right kind of cash flow profile to be able to drive that digital strategy. So
in summary then, what could you say what went wrong with the PIC investment in this?
I would say by and large it's dependence on government, because the idea was to transform independent news media into a black-owned transform company, and therefore stood a much stronger chance to get more government business in that way, But then there was this new one that got formed, and probably because of this other dispute, all the business was taken away and it suffocated in a way.
Okay, so the biggest part of the plan was to get more government business?
Because it was now the most transformed organization in the media industry at the time.
Okay, all right. And then in 4.2, just in terms of the working capital, you are saying that SIH was supplying working capital. Isn't it some role of the shareholders to supply working capital, not only one group? I mean, if a company needs working capital, doesn't it go to a bank? If the bank cannot supply, then the shareholders supply the working capital?
That's correct. So we haven't seen a rights issue from them or them requesting requesting PIC for working capital. But they have, Sekunjalo has kept the company running, by spending its own money on it.
Yes, it's quite strange, because when I asked the question, they did say that, but I was just wondering that why don't you do something about it, like as you say, a rights issue, or call in the shareholders to supply the capital?
Yeah.
It's quite strange that one shareholder says they are carrying the burden of supplying the working capital, but I wonder whether they approach the PIC about this.
They've highlighted that, but not formally. But even if they did, I don't know. I don't think it would have been supported, really. It would be hard for PIC to put more money. More so the media reports and the spotlight that this had created, I don't think there would be a possibility of additional funding.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Whether it's working capital or a rights issue.
Or any other form, I don't believe that would be approved. Or supported.
But then then what is next? If the PIC doesn't want to support the company, what happens? What's next? There's a default letter and all, there's a there's a problem here which needs to be solved. So how does it get solved properly?
these discussions, as we said, happened, in 2017 already, around September, anticipating this situation where they are able to pay. And that's when they introduced this Sagamata, that it would be a solution because they are packaging a new platform, technology platform, which will allow the PIC a conversion into a new entity in the listed space with probably better prospects of success because it's expanding also in the continent and it's giving the PIC a much better exposure to digital platform. That's the proposal around Sagamata.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's gone now, so what has got to, something has got to be done, and, probably soon, because this thing has been going on for a while.
I assume the legal agreements in the PIC will, some show there are provisions as to how this can be remedied or what sort of plan can be put in place. Yeah. I think the PIC will have to decide on on their options.
The shareholders, I think.
And the shareholders, and weigh their
broadly
options.
The shareholders.
Yeah. Because you also have the Chinese that are in the same situation as the PIC. We are not alone then.
Yeah. Okay.
The PIC is not alone.
Yeah. And then the final question is on 401 again, just in terms of maybe the last sentence or the second one, social returns. I strongly believe that the investment facilitated transformation and localization. And then the next one, it is contributing to democracy. Just expand on it, please.
I think
can you expand on that one?
It's really very important. I mean, media plays an important role in the economy.
Yes.
We probably ignore their role in the economy, what they report, about events in the economy, talking about interest rates, cuts or increases, inflation, new jobs, the rand collapsing if sometimes they do that. All of those are important for for consumption, and investments as well. So different role players will depend on media for information, and therefore in economic decisions, will be informed by information that comes out of media,
Yeah.
And so the role that it plays is critical, whether it's reporting on politics that have impact on the economy or pure economics, to keep the nation informed of what is happening around them, and therefore the nation making economic decisions with that information.
Yes.
All of those put together are driving economic activity.
Yeah. So, some comment there, because some people say that paper, they have changed much, and, the news are not independent, and, some like it because it has taken a different slant, some don't like the papers and all that. What's your comment on that?
Look, I don't have a comment, but I expect them to play a role in the economy. There are other competing newspapers that are writing. There is, other forms of media, Media 24 and many others, digital media, all of them informing the nation in different ways. Some may inform the truth, some, not necessarily, and so all of those, newspapers are playing the role, in other words, as long as they play their role. I'm sure there are checks and balances. There are, the ombudsman that will also monitor the conducts if people have a problem with the biasness that it is reporting. But the fact of the matter is, it's there in the economy. It's playing a certain role in the economy, and I think, and it's transformed. I think that's the achievement that we can claim, insofar as this is concerned.
Yes, and it has like chosen a role it wants to play. Is that
That's-
what you're saying? And the others are playing their roles, and you're saying whatever they've chosen is what they've chosen.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Given the points you've just made about the importance, the critical importance of media and an informed citizenry, did the PIC, when considering this question of supporting independent media, consider what your media support strategy would be? Because the question for me is a wide range of views and informed citizenry coming from different angles. Is it something that you said, we need to look at transformation in the media, we need to ensure that it's relevant, and therefore we will have this strategy across the board to support media, whether it is print media, digital media, social media, SABC, whatever, to ensure that there is an understanding from an informed citizenry. Because the points you make are absolutely valid about an informed citizenry. The question I have is, in that informed citizenry, you have chosen one entity, one group to say that's where we're going to put our support.
Yeah.
And that is an investment opportunity. Everybody else was also in the same boat, as you yourself have said. There was serious hit on many of the news agencies and the different media outlets. Did the PIC, in considering this, look at a communication, how to support an informed citizenry through the media, or did you just look at the second Jalo Group independent media as that deal with perhaps an added voice, a sustained voice in that regard? Because to me it's a really different question if we're saying we're supporting the need for democracy and an informed citizenry to supporting a particular group that is then not servicing its debt and that is condoned for 5 years because it's having difficulties. They're all having difficulties.
Commissioner, first, this is an investment and it's in the media space, and it's not the only investment in the media space that we hold. We hold NASPERS, we hold TISO Black Star.
Sorry, NASPERS and TISO would be listed.
Would be listed.
Yeah.
I don't think we necessarily differentiate. It remained an asset. It's unlisted because we got it unlisted from the Irish. But it was about transformation and adding a new player, black-controlled newspaper into the mix to drive that democracy.
Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner, if there's no more questions, this is the business for the day.
Right, let's adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.